ESL presents ESL Challenger League in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL,
Hello everybody and welcome in ESL Challenger League Season 51. Second cup here of Europe, of course, and the second cup getting underway across the world, ultimately. And we are now looking into the big games, the playoff games, of course, coming through as the culmination of this cup comes ever closer. And we are actually in the lower bracket side of things here. Excited to get into it with you now. I think it should be a pretty good game, we were just saying before we got in.
Yeah, this is actually kind of spicy. Both of these sides, their recent form has been looking pretty damn good. I've been pretty impressed, and I'm excited to see kind of what they can bring to the table here. But yeah, as you mentioned, this is the lower bracket semi-final. Winner of this will take on the winner of Ursa versus TDK. Now, I actually casted Ursa earlier this morning, and they won 13-3, 13-2 against a pretty decent Tier 2 side as well. So that Ursa side have been hitting pretty hard recently, and that is with their coach standing in. So I don't know. And then TDK, you got Axel Zorta, Nafnis, Antashuga. I mean, like, we got a spicy lower bracket here, but this game will be seeing who will be facing off against them. And of course, as we already know, there is a lot going on in the upper bracket as well. This is the prize pool for this, but it's not really the prize pool these sides are playing for. It is going towards that Season 51 EU Finals, which winner of that finals will net a spot in Pro League. That's really what they're vying for here. The chance of going to a top Tier 1 tournament. This is the bracket. As you can see, there's a lot of teams involved in this one, and we're down to the final few stages now. Up in that upper bracket, we've got K27 taking on one win. That should be a very, very spicy game. Just littered with talent over there as well. K27, you got Zido's being insane. Kashid, I think, is kind of really one for the future as well. Flip side, that one-win team, always full of talent. Latic has been around for a long, long time from the Aurora days when that side made their real run. But Kicker as well, back in towards this side after a stint with MIBR. But as we mentioned, this lower bracket, pretty spicy as well. All four of the teams that remain, Nemesis, Nemiga, Ursa, and TDK, they're all pretty damn sick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really is getting kind of stacked out here. You know, the Challenger Cup system does seem to be a little bit more preferred by the teams, allows us a lot more teams in as well. We have had maybe 2 or 3 seasons, a couple of years ago of ECL, where I think teams were a little less bothered with their weekly ESEA games. So, you know, you had some real strong teams in Tier 2 that were sat in advanced, you know, not really doing very much, playing enough games to stay there, but not doing the prep, not doing the deeper work when it came to like the playoff berth of their ESEA leagues. And now here we are with some really, really solid teams. So definitely the revamp looking good in my opinion. We've got the Team Nemesis side of things, of course. Talked about some notable names taking place in this series and in this particular side of the bracket. Well, there's a lot of them on this team. We have the likes of Resol, once a player that a lot of people had eyeballs on. We got Sadaim as well, some really great clips out from this guy in the past. So they have some fantastic players, and their recent results pretty decent as well.
Yeah, pretty damn decent, apart from, of course, that loss to K27. But that K27 side, I still value as one of the scariest in the Tier 2. I mean, they're actually still vying for a Cologne spot, K27, and they're kind of on that precipice. They're a fringe Cologne team right now, so definitely one that you cannot sleep on. But Nemesis, they're not too shabby themselves. This Nemesis organization are at a few different rosters, but this kind of primarily CIS team that they've settled upon is really, really quite spicy. Take a look, of course, through the maps in which they like. They've been loving a Nuke recently. They played 28 times. Same with Ancient, 28 times in the last 3 months. They've been grinding out the CS. Nemiga on the flip side, another team absolutely stacked with talent. You got the likes of kind of Chiron and Leah, who have been around for a long, long time. Same with Khan as well. Leah and Khan have been in this side for an age. They're kind of like the real sort of like furniture of this Nemiga side, where they've had a variety of players in and out. Sawalio and Sypho were kind of newer additions when they lost some of their big name players, which they have, you know, over the span of the last sort of year and a half, people like your Flammers and your Xantas and your Zwais, right, for example. They've come in and they've taken up the reins. And then, of course, Chiron as well, a guy who's been a bit of a mercenary for hire in a lot of teams. And, you know, he's been within this roster for a couple of months alongside Cypher. And, again, this is an Nemiga side I feel like they're starting to climb back to a bit of their best.
Yeah, no, it is very, very true. Really a great kind of name behind them ultimately is one of the big things. This, of course, our head-to-head here. I think we just kind of wanted to go for the sharp end of the sword, let's say, when it comes to opening up rounds and getting the players in there, really. I think a pretty interesting kind of head-to-head that, you know, you went for. Was there any particular reason behind that?
I think actually kind of the part of the reason of why I went for these is because I think this is a proof in the pudding that for both of these teams, they're making moves that are, in essence, trying to elevate firepower. They bring in two very similar, very aggressive riflers. Karen and Resto in the past have played in very, very similar positions, and the kind of the reason why I wanted to go for them is that they're actually both in a quite similar spot in terms of the rating. Both 1.08 since joining their respective sides of the last few months. And I think this is, again, like where these two sides are a mindset of like, let's improve our kind of firepower. Let's bring in a rifler who we know can be a bit of a takeover capacity and really can put numbers on the board. You know, the foundations of both of these sides are very strong. You're looking at people like Sedine, people like Cypho on the each respective sides who are very good. But this, for me, these injections of rifling core firepower is why I wanted to highlight them, because I think they're going to be very important heading in towards today's game. Let's take a look at the veto. I said Nuke was one that was very, very popular, and that is what Nemesis is going to pick into Overpass in response by Nemiga. And looking through the maps, I don't know if they're going to want to float the Ancient. That feels risky, and it won't be the case. So maybe a Dust 2 potentially is the decider. Both of them play a hell of a lot and like it, and that is what we're going to get. The Mirage there, the only reason why I don't think you go to Mirage, slightly less reps, slightly less win percentage. Dust 2, for both sides, more reps, higher win percentage. So they feel a little bit more comfortable there. And it is a bit of a home turf map for the region. But as a veto goes here, Scriv, I actually feel like this one could go all three. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. We are in a spot here where I think looking in towards this, the map number 1 in particular, you know, like I was saying, kind of both of these two sides, don't mind it at all. 15 times played for Nemiga, and looking through recent results as well, they played, I'm just looking now, 12 days ago they played in what was a local LAN, MPKBK CIS LAN Season 3. Can't say I've heard of the tournament. However, on LAN at that tournament, Nemesis ended up winning 2-0. That was a Dust 2, that was a Nuke for that one. So you can already see the change in the veto. Dust 2's been floated here. Nuke is the first one. So rather than kind of being picked into, it's being floated instead. Slight little variation. But on the Nuke last time they played, it was a 13-6 for Nemesis. So safe to say, on LAN they had their number. Let's see if it'll be the same online. Dust 2 was at 13-11. But who knows if we'll get there yet. Molly over. Flashes in as well to go for the fight. It's Texi for 2, but Khan is going huge, and Khan might have single-handedly put this round to bed, and he has 4 kills to his name, and what a start for Nemiga. That is a crazy way to get out the gates.
Indeed. And a big message to be sent, I suppose. Looking for a strong half here, of which they are capable. Looking across the course of the series, I mean, the Dust 2 feels like it could be difficult to split these teams. This is also another map where it feels like it could be difficult to split them. Yes, the reps are there for Nemesis. They've been spamming this map as much as they possibly can. But Nemiga still do play it. They've got some decent wins recently. You know, the past week for them has been going very, very well on this map. So maybe they feel like they're turning a corner on it. I suppose we'll find out. But yeah, what a message to send in the first round. Going to be a force buy coming in from Nemesis to try and answer back as best they can. And they want to burst. They're really itching to get into this A-bomb site. Flash comes round. Auto shotgun up close. It's going to be blinded, forced back, and doesn't win out his fights. The Tech 9's trading nicely, giving them a man advantage. That XM letting us down a little. Watching the vent move here as well. Chiron, though, will manage to find the kill. Could be huge. Sypho dinked. And he lost his teammate. That'll be the round. He's got to be careful on his way out here as well that he doesn't drop too high. Forced by one. So here we go. Immediately, round one, round two. We see the best of both of these teams. And we see the competition that we were predicting.
And the thing as well, you know, it's something that we've spoken about plenty of times. It's not about the pistol round. It's about the force buy. That's what gives you a little bit of kind of a run through in towards the early point of momentum. And to do it on the T side, it is really, really important. Will the save come through? Yes, it will. Nice shot. Sypho, despite being low, we'll make a move out of it. So, one apiece. M4 saved. Let's just dive out towards A. So well done. It just shows as well those Tech 9s at pace, how prevalent they can be in a round like this. And oh, there we go. Force by response, of course, makes complete sense for Nemiga, but yeah, let's see how it works. We got a FAMAS, we got an M4. MP9, Deagle, and a 5.7 to round it out. Decent amount of utility as well on the cards, but can't spam through that smoke. Nade over in towards credit. Just to be careful, Garn. He could be lined up through that smoke with the traces, but as Texie will open up proceedings. 5-7 up close here, so Alio's going to join with the MP9. This could be a buff off coming through. There's the first found. It's messy, but Sawalio's going to get both of them. Head spotted. Result will leave Khan reeling. A swing from heaven, looking for the head, but it's Result. There he is, called him a mercenary for hire. And he's got two, so Walio's see it off, and that is the T side with another round back on the board. 2-1, lead taken, and with that force buy failed, that is money now properly in the bin for the CT side. They might have to take a half to low buy here.
On the pistols. Not expecting too much out from this round, of course. So I'm looking to line him up. He only gets one before being caught off by the 5-man move there. So now, I don't know. Do you want to hold the Galil? Probably not. But they do have potential to take another gun. It is just the fact that they've given away all the information. Plant comes through. That will be the round. Just a case of saving the money and, you know, can you get the kill bonus? Are we going to be playing this game where no one peeks on the CT side? Potentially. Very, very potentially. It does look like they're just setting up for the odd exit. But yeah, not looking to get into the thick of things just yet. Clock will start running down. Result's got a bit of an idea of what's going on. Maybe spotted a shadow or Heard them stepping over there earlier on.
I wouldn't mind the CTs looking for something here. Like, bar the Galil, I think everybody else, you may as well try and make it expensive. And, you know, even if there is kill bonus, Leah, yeah, he will actually just about survive. But, you know, you don't really care too much about kill bonus because kill bonus against rifles. So, not really too bothered in that case. Well, 3-1 start on T-side Nuke. Pretty happy about that, to be honest. It puts you in a fairly decent spot. Bit of breathing room. Generally would like to say 5 rounds on that T-side. I mean, if they win this gun round here, they can already give themselves great foundations for this first half, which might be worrisome for Nemiga.
Very, very true. So we're going to find out here and see if there is a way for Nemesis to start running away with things. Early utility out. Not much of a catch coming in at the moment. But they're trying, patiently. Slowly. A lot of heavy nades coming in. And now the proper attack here, I would imagine. Result moving down. And he's just, you know, making loads of noise. Trying to draw attention. Trying to get the fight. I think he knew that he was going to get stabbed in the back there. Meanwhile, over at ramp, they've managed to find a kill. So the B-bomb site looks vulnerable. Lear's here fast. Low HP bars. He's got some support as well from the AWP. So I don't know how I feel about this one. I think this is a pretty scary setup to get through. 50 seconds left on that clock. And Nemesis, they themselves not feeling very confident here.
Swallow holding. Expecting a wrap to come through from heaven, and he is absolutely spot on. There could be 2 on the card here, and there is. Swallow's done very, very well. The remaining 2 of Celta and Magic. I mean, this is not easy, and Celta's made noise. He's dead to rights. To Swallow, another to his name.
Magic key to save. Not going to happen here. So that big round that we were talking about from Nemiga comes through. Nemesis, I think, get the kill at ramp, pick up the pace, and indeed you could have contested B. But when they decided, you know, B was not the place to go, I think they potentially could have looked to save. It doesn't feel nice, but put all their eggs in the wrong basket and then, you know, tried to get them out, and it just, you know, did not go well. So Swallow, right place, right time, you might argue, but it's an easy, easy capitalization from him. Big round coming in. No bomb plant. Makes life pretty difficult. For the side of Nemesis now, Nemiga are going to have to... Oh, just play things the same.
I think we're into a little technical pause.
Result may be lagging about. Seems like he's still in, but you can see he's just stuck and bugging and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just definitely a tech pause. This is like when you're having a good conversation and you're playing Minecraft and you're doing like loops around your base. You know
Yeah.
This is
I
exactly,
do.
This is exactly what I do.
Just opening the chest and not putting anything in it or taking anything out.
Yeah,
you know? Just
that's
pure
it.
ADHD brain. Sometimes I think what Minecraft was designed for, though.
Yeah.
To be honest, beautiful game.
So, unfortunately, out of a technical nature, it seems like so everybody from the T side seems okay. Even Result's moving around. So
Yeah, I think at the start of the round though he looked like he was lagged out, and now Fexy's disconnected. So there is something up. Just waiting to get things reset here, of course. Maybe waiting for the player to rejoin. But indeed, not live in this round. I think there's a few games going on this evening, so maybe just waiting for someone to jump in and okay the command to reset things. And then, of course, we do just have to wait out for Texi to rejoin. Hopefully not going to be too long for that to happen.
Yeah. He was running around, though, for a bit. Kind of surprisingly, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, he seemed like he was, he seemed like he was okay. But, either way... Match Medics got involved. We still wait for Texi. I hope we don't get that bug either, where it's like, he is there, but... he's not shown on the HUD.
Been there. I think it usually takes around for it to reset on the HUD. He should show up on the minimap, from my experience, if nothing's changed.
Yeah.
With the coding over the years. But yeah, unfortunately, it does take a bit of a reset of that HUD, which usually comes after a round. But we'll see. Might get the full reset. Seems like we're still in the tech pause at the moment. So there's a little bit more to go off of and wait for. Certainly difficult. I think Nemiga feeling good about themselves.
Yeah.
But they will be stopped for a few minutes here.
That's unfortunate. It felt like we were starting to kind of roll through quite nicely this game. It was looking pretty fun at the gates, and we are still getting this sort of back and forth a little bit. Round back for Nemiga, which means an opportunity to tie this game back up and put pressure onto Nemesis. But again, for Nemesis, all we're really looking for, if this side can get 5 rounds C-side anymore is a real cherry on top. I know that recently it felt like they've had their sort of number of Nemiga in this one. Like I was saying, you know, recent performances between these two, they've played twice this year. Technically, 3 times, one of which was a forfeit. They've actually played twice this year. One was a 2-0 for Nemiga back in February. That was Nuke and Dust 2, same veto we got here. And then, of course, literally only 12 days ago, that was Dust 2 Nuke, which Nemesis won 2-0, like you said, 13-6 on that one. And that was on LAN as well. So, Nemesis ended up finishing 3rd, Nemiga finished 4th at that event.
We're getting there, Neo. We're getting there. He's back in. He's back on the HUD. That's good signs. And maybe time has not started yet, but it seems game and production might know a little bit more of what's going on here. Lots of typing.
Just looking, last time they played Nuke, which, like I mentioned, was sort of 12 days ago in that 3rd place decider match on LAN. Nemesis ended up picking up 8 rounds on their T side. If they can replicate that, could be pretty scary. And it could be a very, very similar result as last time too.
It is possible. These types of moments are maybe what's going to make the difference. However, and of course, you know, LAN a bit different, first of all. And Nemiga, an awful lot to work on. A learning process. Oh, here we go. Uh-oh. Alright. In protest, they've all left. In solidarity. Now, it seems like we might be getting a server change. Yeah.
Yeah.
Given the fact that a CT left there. That's pretty hilarious. So, unfortunately, it might just be a bit too much kicking around on the old loss. Goes into a bit of a server change, which can take a few minutes, so see what we do about that at this point. But yeah, we've just lost everybody unfortunately. And it seems like they just want to change to a different location in the same country, so that was kind of funny.
Sometimes that does make sense, though. I've played, you know, like, it's like you can get things where it's like one server in a certain place is a bit like more stuttery than kind of others and whatnot. I kind of understand it when you get the choice of what as well. If everyone agrees, it does kind of make sense. But we are just killing time. Let's see whether we back in soon as, or if we may have to throw it a break here. Like we said, we are server changing, so sometimes can take a minute to get everyone back in the server, make sure it's all good, check the ping and the FPS and everything is all sorted. Sometimes take a few minutes.
Yeah, kind of interested to see how it will affect things, though. I think, you know, a pretty huge slowdown here is just, it's difficult, right? It feels like kind of a fresh game, to be honest with you, when you move into a bit of a timeout like this. Just completely going to change things up, I think, at this stage. We're only a few rounds in, so difficult to say. Really hard to, you know, split the two teams and stuff as well, which I think is kind of a big challenge. So it'll just keep being a little difficult. We are reliably informed that it shouldn't be too much longer, which is good. But it's an unfortunate tech timeout, and we've been doing all right. You know, we've not had too many super long ones. It feels like it's the first sort of full server reset I've seen in a long, long time, honestly.
Yeah, it's true. Oh, got a wipe.
Oh,
we're back in. There we go.
It's not too bad. Not on the side of insanity and losing our minds.
Yeah,
we were getting there.
I was about to start waffling about everything outside
stuff, yeah.
of Counter-Strike. Yeah. It's going to start talking about, you know, my upcoming potential holiday destinations and whatnot.
Okay.
I saved that for another tech pause if we get one, but let's hope we don't. Anyway, we're back underway. I'm gonna make a move here. Oh, I love this. I love this. But the issue is, the idea is nice. He gets sold though because the flash hits him. That's so brutal. And that baits a dime into fight, and he swings and he finds two for it as well. So Dime does very, very well. Chiron's up close, caught by the flash, but Sawalio, sharp reaction, Texi caught. Cypher with one of his own as well as Result will fall. And Shiki delivers back. This is a chaotic round number 6 off the back of this tech pause.
Yeah, I mean, they're a bit like starving dogs, aren't they, CS pros? Once you let them loose, they are just going to go wild and forget their training. I think that is what's happened here, just running in, fragging out. Maybe fragging out well. Cypher catches one AWP in hand and gets himself in a really pesky spot here. I think he's going to be ready for this next man, but he has plenty of time to consider it and think about it, and will eventually take him down. So much time. Celta, unfortunately, was caught with like nade in hand. Couldn't trade cleanly enough. Dime spotted out here, making plenty of noise. I don't think he's got time to win this, even if he got the kill, but it's not going to happen. It's Cypher with a huge round. And I must say, from what we've seen from Nemiga, their individuals are looking really quite sharp. That's maybe something to worry about if you are Nemesis.
Yeah, agreed. Some of the shots in this round were actually absolutely ridiculous. Both sides, that is. I think Sawalio, that reactionary shot he finds when he bails them out. Stan getting 2 to start. Realistically, that's a 5v3 that's fumbled. probably what we'll really look back at and say, how do we let that one slip? The buy is low for the T side, so Nemiga should be taking a fourth here. And for the most part, should be taken without breaking that much of a sweat. Taxi. Have a little look, but it's caught by Khan with the AWP.
Few deagles in play here. Can never be written off in a game full of CIS shooters. Really could be dangerous. Block spotted for now. Oh, there you go, eventually. That crosshair felt on about 10 bullets ago for Chiron, of course. There will be one traded out here. I think that's maybe all they're going to get. Chiron looking nice and clean in that round, getting some eco frags up there. Lead now for Nemiga. So this CT side looking very good. And maybe an opportunity to just keep Nemesis in the dirt after the extended pause, which, as I've always said, very, very different depending on what kind of player you are, especially because it was a Nemesis issue, right? So, at least initially. So it can be a bit awkward for them to deal with.
I agree. Back into the bite. What have you got for us? Molly on towards top hut, and nade that goes in through the hut itself to try and shut down any rush. That isn't the play or the plan. Hopeful spam by Sypho. He's got the right idea, though. There is 3 behind it, and he might be caught in the reload. Full blind! Sypho gets 1, and Khan will get 1 as well. Uh-oh. The B-pop, which felt like a nice idea. They're meeting Sypho, who is unbelievably crisp right now.
Crazy work, man. And long may it continue as they keep things exciting for us here on Nuke. Really, really big. Oh. Orp is out. Spotting across. So Taxi not really in the secret position by name, but certainly by position. We'll see, though. Nothing really cropping up for him at the moment. Yeah. Oh, it's him cross. I have to keep up top, so I'll have to be careful. More of a sensitive issue down below. They have missed each other, however. Taxi with the change-up in the vent could be a pretty big deal. 25 seconds, bomb struggling to get across. That will be the difference maker. And that will be the round. Leah heard on the drop there, but Texi also heard. He's just trying to fake things out. Save the AK if he can. Not going to happen, in my opinion. And indeed will go down.
As well. Poor guy. Turns around at the right moment. Well, I mean, this round is completely won and done by Sypho. Like, the 2 initial kills that he gets towards ramp. First one blind, the second one so sharp. Just around that Molotov too. Like, just pressure just doesn't seem to affect him at all. 5-3. So already, Nemiga have done better on this CT side than they have done 12 days ago when these 2 sides met on land. Good thing to see, and if anything, there should be a 6th on the cards here. Nemesis don't have money once again to Tech 9 P250 buy.
Flashes flying in, as are the players. Khan on the AWP. Lovely follow there with the crosshair. 5 versus 3. There was a kill found outside by Chiron's M4. It's not really looking too good. They try and burst in, and there's nothing on the end of it. Just the AWP in the conversation, really. And they can't do anything about that. So, yeah, not looking like a winnable round here.
Well, Swalio up on top part. It's going to be the first thing that they will have to try to clear. They want to go towards A. Flash out, door. Even if they kill the Rafters guy, Swalio here should be fine. Little laboured. Gets the first and the nade. Or Swalio. We'll see off the second. It was one or the other. Damage dealt on towards him, but good stuff once again. Nearly everybody having a great game. over towards Nemiga. Lear a little bit quiet, but in all honesty, he's actually just not being tested. It's not even really his fault. Khan's 11 and 4, Swalio 8 and 4, Chiron for 7, Cypho for 7. I mean, everyone's having their moments in the spotlight, really. But on the flip side, for Nemesis, we're not seeing those heroes come to light just yet. It's 6 for Nemiga. Guaranteed worst case scenario is that tied game, and considering that they only got 4 the other day, I'll absolutely take that. It's already looking shades better, and they've obviously learned from that previous loss.
Swalio. Crazy angle here from him. Either going to get banged instantly or, yeah, not checked at all. And indeed, it is the latter. Slime had no idea that he'd managed to get himself in there. Really nice pickup for the early round. Oh, and the crossfire here is perfect. Chiron makes it look easy, but that is all thanks to the positioning. That's the skill ceiling of what this guy is showing us right now. Up to double digits, he joins Khan towards the top end of the scoreboard. Who, of course, chimes in just to make sure that he's still in that top spot.
I like what I'm seeing as well, where we get some of these individuals who really want to flex their muscles a little bit. And again, kind of one of those guys I highlighted coming into this game, Chiron. Like, he's playing quite a high-impact role, or quite a high-impact position, and he is showing that he has the chops to shine in them. Unfortunately, we're into a tech pause again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm not saying anything, bro.
Surely not another server, guys, right? Right?
How many are there, though?
Yeah.
You know? There can't be that many.
At this point. Okay, alright. It's fixing
deal
cams.
with it.
It's fixing cams. It's okay.
Okay,
That's
right.
a very small thing. Should take 2 seconds. Never fear.
Someone slammed a desk.
Yeah.
And the
we've
camera's
been there.
fallen over.
We've all been there. Never fear. Never fear. 7-3, lead taken by an Nemiga, and yeah, you know, I'll continue to sing their praises because considering how well they're playing now, and as I reiterate, the fact that this map has been played before between these two, and we kind of, as we know, it's one in which has had its ups and downs, but most recently been a real struggle fest for this Nemiga side. I mean, this is great to see. That last outing, being that 13-6, I mean, that is a brutally one-sided showing. And the fact that you're already superseding that scoreline and putting yourself in a really commanding spot opens the door, especially considering as well that the veto's changed too. Last time it was a pick into dust too, which Nemiga have learned their lesson from. They've gone for the overpass instead. Like, if they steal away Nuke here, and then they've got the variation, the veto of an overpass, who knows?
Looking good to get back in.
By the way, I was talking a little bit earlier, and I was saying about how K27 are sort of in that spot where they're a fringe Cologne team, right?
Yeah.
Well, little update from Mischief. They are actually currently in stage 1.
Big.
As of right now, they're currently in stage 1. They're actually, even funnier, just about 1% ahead of FaZe Clan of all teams.
Damn. How the mighty have fallen. But yeah, it's going to be a great run though for IM Cologne. I do like that you know, you can be ear to the ground. I think there's maybe something a little bit missing in the scene somewhere, that maybe someone should do like the big run up to the major. There's a space for some content there, you know, keeping track of all the VRSs and who's placed where. Well, this is it.
Me and you, mate.
Yeah. We'll get there. Next major. Nah, yeah. We could definitely do that, though, for sure. Ooh, Tech9s. Bursting in, getting messy. Lear is the one that stands strong, but only for a moment. The Celta will take him down. Khan and Cypho. What have they got for us? I think those footsteps will have been heard, so Cypho's very ready on this timing. So is Celta. Oh, and he's true with the crosshair. That's really clean. Khan has moved on to the Galil. Information that he's low. A bomb to be recovered is the big thing here, of course. Khan still looks to play into his hands ever so slightly. Is he going to go up? No, he does give the space. He's not going to take a risky move like his teammate and let it come down to a clean 1v1 for that bomb control.
The only problem is, as time ticks, there'll be a kind of a mentality of Khan where he's like, part of him will think, has he wrapped outside, and then therefore has he started to make a move towards heaven. Celta waiting 20 seconds. We do not have a lot of time, mate. He's got to go. Down to 15. Spotted. Uh-oh. Who's going to hit the shot? It's going to be Khan. It comes out on top as Nemiga lock in 8. That's a clutch that was desperately needed, to be honest, for Team Nemesis, and not getting it. This is in a really, really rocky spot.
All right, this is getting very, very one-sided, to be honest with you, Nemiga. It is broken up by, you know, big tech pause and whatnot, so maybe it doesn't feel as dominant, but it's been all about them. They won out in the pistol, lost the force buy, and then we've thought, oh, this could be pretty worrying, pretty scary, but they managed to hold the line, get the rifles going. Just at the point that we said this could be worrying, could be more of the same from Nemesis. It's always been all about them. So curious to see what the T side is going to look like. And I suppose ultimately, whether it is that 9-3 or 8-4 is a big difference. That opening pick gives Nemesis a very good chance at stealing away a 4th. Sypho caught getting cheeky. So all of a sudden, Nemesis and that all-important 4th round looking more likely.
Yeah, true. I mean, they do desperately need that 4th round. Without it, you actually are in a really, really problematic spot. A 9-3 finish. Yes, you can talk about the benefits of the CT side, but that does feel borderline unrecoverable. Nearly chasing down Khan. Could have been a death sentence there. Khan has been and it is looking crisp. And if they want to continue to test him and fight, they're not going to live to tell the tale. Here's one, got back in blood. So, 3v4. This is far from over just yet.
Yeah, you're not wrong. But they've got control of that A-bomb site. Sawalio going to have to check all his angles here. And he doesn't. He gets a bit lazy with it, and he's punished for that. Khan now is also trapped dealing with this outside player. Leah falls. That should be all she wrote. For a moment, there was belief, but unfortunately, the setup and the space the T-side had too strong. Can't shoot in 2 directions at once, so it will be the final Khan going down nice and easily. So 8-4 at the turn of the half. It's a question of whether that's going to be enough for Nemiga. Now moving on to the much harder T side. We're going to take a break. We'll see you in a few. Here we go again into the second half. Looking forward to this one. There was a slight consolation at the end for Nemesis as they bring it to 8-4. Always a scoreline that we try and aim for on any side of any map. Depending on how one-sided it is, it does not matter, right? You want that 8-4. And they managed to get that at the very least. So a conversation now begins about whether Nemiga are going to be strong here on the T side of things. It does feel like Nuke at the moment, a bit more solved on that T side, so we'll see. And they've clearly been putting the work in against their opponents, but they're a pretty CT-sided team when it comes to this map. The pistol could be worth everything here now.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. If Nemiga get a pistol, it could be just about beginning of the end, to be honest. Celta. Here's all of this on the cross. Texi will get one, though. It's on to Sawalio. It's an important kill, but Chiron and Sypho combine well. God, that's some sharp shots. Quick response from Celta, but they're diving back up towards the A side. This is a mental pistol round here, but the bomb will go down. Nemiga planted towards top side A, and they've actually got a pretty decent post-spawn set up, too, in this 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I wonder what you call for a round like this. Mega loose or just go off your instincts. Maybe there's just one voice making crazy decisions that they all follow. Julie's down below aren't actually going to be needed. It's the Glocks to get it done. And Celta with 1 HP finished off by Khan. Big pistol find for Nemiga, honestly. And the way in which they do it as well. Kind of annoying, but also pretty clean, pretty one-sided. So, doesn't look good. It does not look good. The money not getting off the ground for Nemesis on this CT side, I think, is, you know, going to be rough for them now. Looking into the future of these rounds. Double digits on the cards. They're going to take the hard eco for the most part. A couple upgraded pistols. A Zeus in play as well. But Nemiga, the finish line is right in front of them. And this is a big steal away of their opponent's map pick. Moving on to Overpass next, which, you know, is one that Nemesis are not really playing all that much. Celta with a banger, though. Not a bad way to kick things off.
Yeah, you take that. Take that indeed. So, 9-4. Really nice little spot to have, but still a precarious spot nonetheless. And I do worry for Nemesis. I mean, I like that they've not gone for the buy here. It feeds into my narrative that force buys on the CT side after a lost round are not a good idea. And they know it internally. When the risk is high, they've not gone for it themselves. But it puts a lot of pressure in this next gun round. Round number 15 falls by the wayside and Nemiga take it. I think the map might come with it as well. Chiron, another to his name.
Who is this cheeky boy down below?
Yeah. Is everyone going to check? Surely. Come on, lads. Right? One of you? Have a little look. Sawalio, drop your molly in there.
Yeah, maybe.
That's fine. It's fine.
There's just nothing that you can really do, though. It's like, you got that element of surprise with a USP.
Yeah.
So, like,
yeah.
As soon as you show yourself, it has to be the perfect opportunity to find a kill, and it just wasn't.
That's it. Ten to 4. Tech pause though. It's unfortunate. Everyone's bought. Can't really see what it could be, but either way, 3 rounds ahead, away now for Nemiga. And their opponent's map pick, starting off like this, could have a massive swing in this series. Last 2 times they played, as we've been mentioning a couple of times, it's been that Dust 2 as the second map in the veto process, which Nemesis have taken. They changed it up with the Overpass, and That could be a real difference maker. And especially if they take Nuke as well. It could just be an off day for Nemesis, which is a bad time to have an off day in a lower bracket.
Yeah, this is true. In quite an important tournament for the old VRS, but also the prize money and keeping a team like this going. Have some decent squads that, if you get the defeat on them, you know, you're going to be getting like more VRS leg up against them as well as your placing and your prize pool, etc. So yeah, to go down like this, and let's have a little bit of a look at the run briefly. They were in that upper bracket side of things pretty convincingly, and lost out really close to K27. So I think it would be a shame that they take it to all those OTs, and then as soon as they're in the lower bracket, they just kind of capitulate. But we'll find out. The buys come in here now. This is their chance to put up their best defense.
Kind of now or never, really, for my money here. Nemesis to die in the first. Whoa! 10 out of 10 for the backflip. Love that. Gold medal. And Sypho will deliver one of his own. They're going to go over towards ramp, but actually a little late. It does actually catch a low Chiron, but I don't think it's going to make too big of an effect on the round. I think Nemesis have to save it, and this should be an 11th put on the board. Nemiga are not dropping anything at the moment.
Absolutely slapped in this round.
Yeah.
I don't really know what to make of it. They have clearly taken the previous LAN result to heart. And Nemesis potentially a bit lazy with it. It's tough to say, or at least, you know, for the Nemiga matchup particularly. Yeah, I don't know. Other than the K27 game, they've been doing pretty well. You know, they lost out to Eternal Fire and then K27 before that. So maybe they're just like tilted from what's kind of been happening in recent matchups in the bigger games and the K27 games in particular. But beyond that, Nemesis, one of the teams to watch at the moment. You know, they got Stake coming up. They have been playing very well. Nemiga also decent Sea of Green, but you might argue some of the opponents a little further down, losing to Nemesis themselves. They did manage to beat Eternal Fire, so maybe a result like that as well is spurring them forwards and just making the past 10 days of Counter-Strike, if you want to get really technical, but ultimately the past week of Counter-Strike looking really good.
Oh, trying to go for a quick move. It's Chiron the first to fall as they're wanting to dive out. There was one spotted. Back silo, but off the initial injection of pace, they are just going to cancel. Smart move. Let's not overplay our cards. I don't mind a quick move on the offset, but you've lost Chiron. You don't want to be going down to a lesser buy like this. This is one of those sort of rounds that can potentially open it back up. Mashki needs to PK with this rifle. He definitely could have had one dead to rights there, but he actually peers his head around just a little too late.
Yeah, maybe. Sexy. Coming away, trying to find a bit of something else here. And so is the 5-7 below him. Too telegraphed here. Nemiga have been sniffed out and snuffed out as well. 5-7 to close the gap. Is he necessarily going to be needed? It's all on Khan. 22 HP. I mean, even one kill feels unlikely. That was his chance. He fluffs it. Khan will be going down momentarily here. Okay, maybe not. All the bullets.
Ooh.
All the bullets miss.
Shot.
And then he gets another on the Glock. I mean, they'll take that damage to just deny comfortability for Nemesis. But, of course, surviving a little longer here on the CT side.
Yeah, and there is now like a fair decent amount of econ being built up, if you know what I mean. Like this, we're starting to see that CT side actually have a decent amount of stability in that CT side fund. However, it still is a real long road required, right? And it starts with this round. You find a 6th here. The 7th comes quite naturally. And then in doing so, that's where you can start bridging a couple of gaps, but you find the 6th, you got the 7th, then similar thing where it's like the rinse and repeat of like, you find the 8th, the 9th comes naturally, the 10th, and then so does the 11th, but it's one of those where they still have to essentially win on 3 separate occasions on this resurgence. They have to win full gun rounds against Nemiga, and we just haven't really seen that consistency yet for Nemesis.
I've got all my fingers crossed, all my toes crossed that this is a short tech pause once again. Especially at this point in the game, starting to heat up a bit. Wanting Nemesis to deliver on the competition. A bit of casting for me and you over the past few days, but it's been some pretty one-sided affairs, honestly. So I was really hoping this evening to have a nice close one. Nemesis not quite delivering on that hope. That might be the case for the rest of the series if this is anything to go by.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Not too sure of the cause, but I'm hearing typing. Typing's generally a good sign. Typing generally means the unpause might be round the corner. There we go. Unpause comes through. Round number 17 underway. Like we said for Nemesis, in this deficit of 6 rounds, at least 3 of them are going to be full gun rounds for Nemiga, so the road to recovery is long and it's pretty treacherous. All starts here. You put round number 17 on the board and he might just have a chance, but Cypher's got other ideas. Swinging a fine for him. He might be dead to rights in a second. He's surely now dead to rights, and he will be caught by Texi. Majki gets a find and he gets away as well. So despite the opener, since then it's looked pretty good. So Walio has found a second. Uh-oh. And the round flips the script once again. This time favourable for Nemiga. And with 3 alive, numbers advantage, they've also got plenty of time.
It does hang in the balance. Maybe the balance of calm. What a read. So beautiful to keep this position and just trust his teammates. Down on towards B. Texi, I think, has given it up and left. He looks for vent rotate, but I think he knows as well as we do it's just not going to happen. Super late attempt to the bomb. And Sualio, they'll know about him now. Ooh, Khan is pretty far away. Leah got to hold this one then and hopefully not go down. It's only just hit 10 seconds. He's going to let him get on that bomb though and just lull him into a false sense of security. Well played by Leah. Patience, indeed, paying off, and a big lesson for players all around the world there. Not to jump the gun too early. Nonetheless, Nemiga pulling that one back, pulling them to 12, and looking like they are going to finish this map sooner rather than later.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Attack pause taken. Nemesis, last chance as well for them. No mistakes from here on out. They've just never got going on their map pick, which is so surprising considering, as we were kind of talking about, only a couple of weeks ago. Anything left in a locker for Nemesis? We've seen some okay moments here and there. Texi, Celta, but two of the real important players for Nemesis. Sadime, who's the highest rated player of the last few months for them, and Resol, who is meant to be that, I think I spoke about in the Mercenary for Hire, has been a little quiet. Actually, hasn't. That's a great shot. Khan trying to punish in response, though. Double scoped in on Garage. And he will get his revenge. Now goes Majki. Moving towards outside. It'll break open that smoke, and on the jump up, Seltzer will lose his head. Uh-oh. Fighter being offered up towards Nemesis, and they're taking him. Swalio has snuck his way in towards the A site. This is a great bit of information that he owns right now. He's still got a clear vent. This is still really spicy.
Yeah. Sadime looks to take some space back, as does Texi. Oh, the reload. I thought he was potentially quietly aware of a compromised A-bomb site, but not the case at all. Sualio's done it. Absolutely done it. Got himself in a great spot. He's capitalized. And Khan does not miss those, despite taking the headshot. 13-5. What a clinic. That's crazy. I mean, a returning of the scoreline that was given to them on that LAN, of course. And Nemiga, unfortunately, not keeping things fresh enough. Not respecting that it would indeed, you know, go this way. And I think Nemesis going to be kicking themselves that the Nemiga side have just clearly done their work and looking absolutely fantastic.
And I think now as well, it's really quite interesting for this series. You know, like we said, there's been a bit of a variation in the veto that's had in the last 2 times they've played. And we don't really know what to expect of this Overpass. What we do know is that Nemiga play it a lot more than Nemesis. It's going to be interesting. We're going to have to find out. But before we get there, we're going to throw this one to a short break. When we are back, it is Nemiga's map pick of Overpass up next. Hello and welcome back in. We are just eyeing up this map number 2 here. It's Overpass up next on the docket, and to be honest, we don't know what to expect for it heading in towards this specific matchup. It's not come up in these previous few vetoes, but with Nemiga already getting a map under their belt, a lot of eyes now point to them to potentially take this 2-0 as Overpass is their map pick. And looking at some recent results as well on both sides, you look at Nemiga and there's quite a few wins, to be honest. They're on a 5-map win streak with this, and they've taken down some pretty scary teams. Metasport, Eternal Fire, Mouse NXT, and then Rune Eaters and Harvu kind of round it out. So on the flip side, the likes of Nemesis, a couple of wins back-to-back on TDK and Arcred, but lost to Mouse NXT. So even more so, signs pointing towards Nemiga taking this in 2.
Yeah, perhaps a map that Nemesis play a lot of, I think. It's funny, we talk about Overpass, it's kind of one of those maps as you get into the tier 1.5 kind of level and really knocking on the door to like majors and things. Overpass is a map that below that isn't played as much, and I think maybe not a favourite of some of the pugging, fragging heavy kind of lineups. But within like the CIS region, I actually do think that Overpass gets played quite a lot. And is a map that they've got to do some learning from and probably indeed have to go through the old, Na'Vi 2016 to 2018 style of just winding that clock down and make sure that they have that in their back pocket in the CIS region, because it is a very popular sort of style for some of these teams to just roll the rounds out. So, yeah, Overpass is often one that they can surprise you on. However, both these teams from that region, right? So I think that Nemiga do have the upper hand here in a lot of different ways, and just based on the series so far, not seen an awful lot from Nemesis. And you look at the previous map, you have someone like Khan just absolutely popping off, and he's on that AWP, a pretty impactful gun on this particular map. So yeah, I think it's going to be a tough time for the Nemesis of Nuke to get this one done. Maybe they can find themselves into this map. Hopefully the pep talk in between has been effective.
Yeah, 2.13 rating for Colin. That is absolutely ballistic from him. 121 ADR. So yeah, a really, really decent map number 1. On the flip side, it was the fellow AWP, kind of Magic. He was the only real one who was kind of like super competitive in terms of kind of round swing, right? You know, we got kind of Texi, but the most kills were 12, but his round swing was barely positive, and Celta as well, who also got 11, but a negative round swing means those kills were for the most part unimpactful. And then you've got the 2 names that we actually briefly highlighted coming in towards this game, over towards Nemesis, Resol, Mercenary for Hire as we put in, but that new boy on the block for this side, and Sadaim as well, who's the highest rated player for this team, and both of them were absolutely lackluster. So they are an absolute necessity heading in towards this map number 2, without a shadow of a doubt. And to be honest, if Nemiga play, even like 75% as well as they did in towards map number 1, they will take this in 2. They did just look like the better side. They look like they had a lot more to offer up, and in doing so, I really, at the moment, can't see a world in which Nemesis would turn this kind of back on the head, because, from what we saw, this feels like a day when Nemiga have come in towards this series fully awake and ready to go.
Yeah, no, I think you are correct. Very, very interested to see how things are going to pan out now. And hopefully going to be into the action shortly. A bit of a delay getting into this one, it would appear, but that was maybe one of the things as well that takes some wind out of their sails. Just as the game was picking up and getting interesting, we had this super extended pause, and it was on their side as well. It seemed like Texi dipped out and then they had to change servers and whatnot, so maybe that gets in the head of some of these players. I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but there's maybe a couple of interesting characters within this series, I think it's safe to say. So may well have an effect on the mental of these guys, and especially now moving into the next map where they could look at that moment as being like a turning point of the game, and they just never got back into it on the Nemesis side especially, and that might stay over into this Overpass.
Yeah, you are right. Now just waiting for the ready up. I'm looking now. It seems like I've got all but one in the server. Just waiting for one from Nemesis. Right.
Always hard, man, when you're looking at like the list of 8 or 9 players. Your brain just kind of throws a blank at like which one's actually missing.
Texi is the one missing.
That's a little interesting. To say the least, that's a little interesting.
Yeah.
He was the first player to have issues
Yeah.
on the previous map.
Not again. I beg of you, please. But we have been given the confirm that the game will start soon. As you can assume, yeah, there is a ever so slight tech issue here while we wait. But either way, the narrative that we've kind of built in towards this is Nemiga have a fantastic chance to take this in 2. Doing a really good spot. They're playing some great Counter-Strike off the back of that first map. And with kind of where we're at the moment, Nemesis never really showed us too much. Because of that, it does really worry us, right? You know, this Nemesis sides who never really got in towards that first game, and they never really showed up to Nuke the way in which they have in previous series. That's a big worry, and who knows, with how bad that loss was, there's a worry that that tilt kind of continues to set in their mind a little bit.
No, it's true. It is true. I think this is a tough map as well to get going on. If you're not feeling it, you've got to be bought in and fully together, right? Like really, really driven to get a map like this going. Can't have those voices that are a little bit difficult taking over and maybe not quite listening or got their own sort of ideas. So yeah, we'll see here. I think it's definitely curious, to say the least, like how things are going to face off in that sense. And again, like I say, there's a couple names on both teams, to be fair, that I think behind the scenes have garnered a reputation, as you can kind of expect from these CIS gamers, crazy gamers at times. I don't know, they can deliver on the server though, so it's kind of a tough one. Nonetheless, still kicking about here. Any advancement on the server? Let's see. Seems like maybe a change-up, actually, eh? I've just caught that they all
I was about to say.
out and moved. So, yeah, trying to find the right server seems to be a small problem. Yeah,
it seems like they did a fake knife to kind of select the sides, and then, it will be... Generally, I mean, should be sooner, because I see Texie in the server. He was the one we were kind of waiting on. Just checking out on this ETA. Hopefully, not too long. While we wait, I saw some heartbreaking news, Harvey, in the 10-minute break we had in between 2 maps.
Yeah.
Mo Salah's leaving Liverpool, mate.
I did think that was maybe the case. I saw the little... I'm obviously not big into my football. I saw the little edit clip type thing, and I was like, uh-oh. I think I know what that looks like.
End of an era, man. End of an era.
He's got to be getting on, though. He's got to be, like, over 30
he's 32.
Right?
32, 33, yeah.
Yeah. And it's, you know, been a tough-ish season for you guys, is that correct?
Yes. It's been horrible. Yeah. And it's been a very tough season for him.
Right.
He's
so
been
what's
bad.
Up.
Yeah. But he's still one of the best players to ever play for Liverpool. That's my GOAT. We'll miss him.
Big up. What is it? The Egyptian King? Is that his tagline? Yeah.
Mo Salah running down the wing.
Indeed.
I've had the pleasure of seeing him live quite a few times. So, what a player. And hopefully, you can see some good plays when this game gets underway. We are still just in this tech pause. We have no updates, really. We've been told not too long, but I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
I'd have to maybe dispute that fact.
Yeah, I think I'm disputing it.
But that's maybe what we're sort of being led to believe just across the board, unfortunately, that it's like, yeah, just one more server change, bro, don't worry.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be fine. But
do you want some more off-topic kind of news? The trailer for the Harry Potter TV show comes out tomorrow. The first one.
Yeah, saw a little teaser of that as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels a bit soon.
Now they've been filming for like 9 months.
No, as in like to have a reboot type thing, you know? Feels like the movies only just came... Obviously, they didn't only just come out. It's like 10 years ago now or something.
Yeah, it's like well over a decade, yeah.
It still feels a bit early, so we'll keep our eyes on it now. I think it could be, very quickly as we get into the action here, I think it could be interesting in the sense that the movies just follow Harry pretty much exclusively and things that affect him. Maybe they could get a little funky with, like, opening up some of the other characters as it goes on.
Yeah,
either way,
go deeper into the books. But yeah, let's get into the action. Wrestle's going to open things up. We are finally live. Thank God we were, as you can tell, on the real waffle there. But it's time to get the show underway. Taxi going to find one of his own as well. There are only 3 remaining, but the bomb should be able to go down momentarily.
Indeed. They will get the plant, and in trying to deny it, they've maybe given a bit too much across. Oh, God. Oh, God. The Glocks coming up strong here, down to the 1 versus 1 now. Khan played so well on Nuke, but he will be denied the heroics here. Nemesis get it done just about. That's a hell of a lot closer than it looked at the midpoint of that round. Really well done by the 2 of them to bring it back in and get that bomb plant, of course.
Yeah, that looked really dicey. It did. There was a hot moment there where it felt like things could really fall apart, but honestly, it all starts with his opening double. It's Result and Texu combine well to put them in a 5 versus 3, and then it's just about the real confirmation of numbers there. First one on the board for Nemesis. It honestly feels like a real necessity. You had to get this CT side started. I think, you know, if you come in towards Overpass, the most CT sided map in the pool, and you start poorly off the back of a really lackluster Nuke, it could really be the beginning of the end already if you allowed this T side to get going, like, already.
Yeah, it could be very dangerous. For sure. Big couple of rounds on the docket here. For both teams, you might say. But certainly that CT side, not a good way to start it. Sawalio, ever consistent on map number 1, looks to pick up where he left off. With a nice opening frag here.
Flash over. Oh, it's a beaut. I'm surprised that they only get 1 there. Sneak through. Chiron will deliver. Double flashing towards water, trying to give them some space to progress up here. And it's all down to Selton, a matter of moments. The nade could still be quite healthy. It does get 1 from the afterlife, but it doesn't matter. He gets swung upon from Pillar, loses his head, and that'll be an instant response. The force by converting. Oh no, that is the last thing. The last thing that Nemesis could have wanted. I'm going to say it again. It's not the pistol that's important, it's the force by that's important.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely 100%. And it could be a very similar story to map number 1. But we'll see. Nemiga got to face off against the force buy of their own now. I'm getting aggressive here. He's not backed. The flash is pretty good from the T side there. Just help out in seeing him off, but there was a molly and maybe even a nade that did a good chunk of damage to him while he was on his way for that short water rush.
Assault with the Deagle. We met by a nade as well. Calm. Just a little bit tepid on his approach up in towards the B side, which is a smart move. And they're not committed towards B at all. I mean, the bomb is sure in this direction outside of that monster smoke, but they've still got plenty of time to be able to cancel. But realistically, with the numbers advantage already, and knowing that the force buy is going to be in play, but also still quite minimal, you should have no issues just brute forcing your way in towards a round like this. They're really buying a lot of time. You spoke about using the clock here, and that's exactly what Nemiga are doing. 40 seconds out to work with, and they might just wait out this monster smoke. They'll have just about enough time to get back in towards the site and get a plant in.
Oh, little leg showing over here at the edge of the tunnel. Again, the flash is pretty good. Oh, Magic, that is nice. Can he get another one just like that? Good for the individual here, but of course the round itself is not going to happen. An insane attempt to the no-scope. Just kind of shot the floor, I think. Either way, it will be Nemiga to see it off, and the hunt already on. They are relentless with this. Damn. Yeah, not giving any space to the save at all. As soon as he showed himself, I feel he was out of there.
Yeah. I think as well, this is kind of proof that Nemiga, they do have a couple of deep ideas in the back pocket. Lead taken, and realistically now should be extended quite comfortably, you'd assume, right? You know, it's a second here with the third should be very, very easy to come by. And again, there is still that worry about Nemesis. Like, we still haven't actually seen them fully wake up in towards this series. And, well, currently they're allowing the T side to progress a little bit. T-10 Overpass is brutal to build up at times. And at the moment, is that force by Nemiga haven't looked too bad.
Nothing showing. They are weary of a stack, I feel, but can they guess where? Can they deal with it once they find out? Flash comes forwards. But nothing showing in the bathrooms. It is, of course, this A stack at the moment, which will slowly be all of them. Especially with that flash towards long. Resolt's like, okay, I might as well just join the party here and try and help out. It looks like they will head towards A. Nemiga have to be very careful. Clock winding down. And just a severe lack of information. It could be a great stack. AK makes its way into the wrong hands. And you never know. They're going to go swinging in early, though, on the USPs. Be happy with it so far, but surely with the HPs here, 18 and 17, not going to be enough. They'll take a couple of kills. Any damage is good damage, but Nemiga steam rolling ahead to 3-1. Yeah,
they're looking good. I think you're right. You know, in a round like that for Nemesis, we're not really expecting all too much. So you're spot on, right? Any damage is good damage, but as we come back in towards this gun round, I know it's early doors, but it is in that region of saying kind of like must win. If you don't, you're allowing this T side to snowball early in towards this map, and that's a scary, scary predicament to have. And it's kind of worrying where we're at the moment. Nemiga, they look comfortable. They look calm. They're also building up a fair, decent repertoire on the T side. Looking for that boost in towards heaven to see if they can catch anybody dropping down, but they won't. Don't see that all too often, to be fair. Flash over. Cypher avoids. Does he realize one is crossed? Well, he did, but too late. Need to follow him. I think might come a little bit too short as well. Short control, though, by Nemiga has been pretty solid. They're very good at taking it quite consistently.
Yeah, absolutely. Khan trained in, waiting for a boost. Nothing of the sort going to be happening. A slightly different setup here on A. One advanced, one with the scope. If something like this doesn't work for them, you know, I really worry for their defenses. You get distracted away. And indeed, everyone just walking into the crosshairs. Clean, easy kills, not a single point of damage done back to Nemesis. 5 versus 2 should be the round in your back pocket. Just a question of denying the bomb now.
Yeah, I mean, from this point, really should be next to impossible to lose, to be honest. You're right. Now that bomb plant, that's just an extra bit of insult to injury, which will absolutely support the claim of them being back here a little bit, Nemesis. 25 seconds. Oh, tons of time. You probably also want to die too. Lost bonus isn't built up, but I think it's really worth saving. Reset the economy and keep it completely even across the board. Bomb. Looks like, I'm going to say, will go down, but actually, no. They opt for the fight. Cypher gets one, but that'll be just about it. Only the one casualty. Not too shabby.
Yeah, really good response as it comes in.
It's kind of the needed one too, right? Like, if it actually, even if they'd won that round, but it'd been expensive, still very concerning. Like, still unconvincing from Nemesis, but it's not.
No, for sure. And I think at that point of, like, evening out the econ and everything, you have to be able to make a round like that work. Stay in the conversation. And they do just that. Now it becomes a test for the Nemesis side of, like, okay, show us what you've got. You've not had to go too deep. You had a nice force buy. Is there anything else available? That previous round, pretty lazy in a way.
I agree.
Chiron's gone crazy, just been unleashed. And despite me talking about laziness, that felt like a pretty lazy attempt at a frag, but he still got it.
Right on a layer. Waiting just outside Monster. I wonder if he gets flashed in. The only flash have to come from short. Good timing on that CT smoke. Leah might go ahead of it, but he's got the bomb. Bomb goes down for free and dropped in. Honestly, quite a perilous spot. Good timing with an A, but it doesn't stop Sadime spamming through and finding another kill. This feels like a bit of a weird round for me. That's a great flash, though. Oh, and this too. Oh, hello. Chiron. Trying to brute force his way in, but he'll get traded.
Oh, nice touchdown nade. That's going to make such a big difference here. It's Khan to clutch now. They have lost track of him. And he might have made it work. I'm not quite sure. The AWP is still here, but... Celta repositioning towards heaven. I suppose the idea is that as the bomb plank comes in, the AWP would take him. The smoke is the one thing that makes it difficult. M4 gets nowhere near. Nade comes in from short. He's going to hear that. And Khan's isolated the 1 versus 1. He's in such a weird spot, though. Tries to take the fight to Celta. It doesn't work out. Bit closer that time around. But just as good for Nemesis.
Yeah, because he's not even on heaven. He's on heaven railing, which is like even higher and not where your crosshair naturally wants to aim. Celta's scooping up every bit of util and anything he can on the floor outside Monster, and with that kit, we'll defuse and tie this game up. Nice work from him. I honestly thought there was a brief moment where Nemiga had recovered that. I'm glad it's not the case because of the way this round started. It was scrappy, right? You know, it's two separate fights there that felt quite unnecessary. It's a good effort by Khan, but yeah. It's that bomb on the back of Lear going through Monster alone. And dry as well. Like, no util, no flashes, just peeking out. Bomb dropped in an awful spot, which makes them have to commit towards the B site. And then another one of Sadine spamming through. And I can't blame that one that much, but it still is a bit of an overzealous fight. In hindsight, maybe drop the nade, tuck yourself back around the corner and short and kind of wait for your team to progress through Monster first before you then commit to a short pop. But Nemesis deserved that round from the opening 2 kills, and they'll get it in the end. So game tied. And even with the bomb plant as well, the buy is less than adequate for Nemiga. We've got a hero AK for Chiron, and it looks like it will just be upgraded pistols around that and a lower buy to round it out.
Yeah, not ideal. So they will most likely lose their lead. What's the plan here? A lot of utility over at B. Try and convince them of a B hit. And to be fair, Texi is rotating. Magiki gives up his spot. Bomb itself is, again, going to barrel up long. And there seems to be an obvious, you know, point that they're gaining control pretty often. Ooh, Texi swings in. That's a risky one, bro. The AK had his number. They will get very confused now on this A-bomb site as to what is going on. The AWP to peek around, looking for a bit more. He's going to get it. Takes a tag. But also, I think, spots the bomb there with Khan trying to help out. So they'll start to get more and more confirmed of the A-bomb site here. Looking good. No crazy shots landed from the Nemesis side.
Swalio really fighting for his life there, and Texi with his last bullet gets the kill. Khan, consolations question mark? He's got no armor, so you'd assume not, and that'd be the case. Aim punch gets the better of him there. He deals the initial damage on Celta, but his crosshair goes to the moon the second he starts getting tagged himself. Lead taken by Nemesis, which First and foremost, it's an absolute necessity that should be happening on the CT side. And they've got to be finishing off this half with a lead taken in their favor. Build upon this at the moment. Come back in towards the buy for Nemiga. With how CT side I've seen Overpass played recently, like, I think 4 rounds is absolutely viable. I even casted one today where a 9-3 wasn't enough to stop a recovery. Double date over. Celta will be softened up, and Cypher are going to get out in front of the jump peak. So, might be an unknown quantity, but a nice move by Texi. He'll catch Chiron slipping a little bit.
Yeah, that leaves a bit of taste. The nade damage as well is going to be totally unconfirmed. So, they don't know how good it could be. Cypher's sticking around over here, trying to find a cheeky frag. Man at the barrels. Sees him, but doesn't take him down. Must have immediately kind of jumped in, not considering short at all, and it will backfire. Yorp over here, alone on A. They're really worried about the B bomb site. Magic Key will spot them out. Long after long after long for Nemesis is becoming a bit predictable. That's safe to say, but still a pretty good looking 4-on-4 here.
Yeah. Agreed. Really quiet. This could be a nice move. Orb gets one and goes untraded. Uh-oh. And gets out. Can't quite make it a second. And nice idea. Cypher on 1 HP, though. You still surely favor the CT side. And said, I'm trying to cause problems. But it's Cypher. With that AWP, he'll catch another. Finally falls, and it's all on the Galil of Lear. 12 seconds. Bomb dropped. No chance in hell. He's got to be dead to rights here. Smoke on the front of the site. He'll pick up the C4. But he's a dead man. To the hands of Texi. And Nemesis put on another round on the board.
Yeah, really big find from them. I think they do very, very well. Despite how tense that one becomes. So, looking pretty good for the CT side. They're winning clutches. They're dealing with closer, tighter, tougher rounds. Also denying plants. Nemiga starting to struggle a bit. As you say, don't need a lot to work with. Ooh, a couple more could be big. And a pace change. Sualio looking for an early fight off the back of his spawn. Will get it, will win it, but loses his life quickly. The AWP sticking around. Has to be very careful. Molotov not quite what he wanted to do. They're going to go flying through it here. The USB nearly bails him out. Not quite. Still feels like potentially enough damage done, but we got this AK in the mixture. We now have an AWP, of course. Gets weird once again.
He very nearly got 2 for that. Chiron. Clears. Down goes Celta. In doing so, Result will answer back into the 2 versus 2. It's Cypher again, low on an AWP, but Khan has now scooped up a rifle. 45 seconds. What's the idea here? The Dimes pushed mid, cleared it, seen nothing. At the same time, they traded his places. Oh no, 1-for-1 trades. If Khan's half a second quicker, he probably keeps Cypher alive. It looks like he might gun it all the way back down to B. Or he doesn't. He's potentially, as we like to call it sometimes, Harvey, overcooking this.
Yeah, I think so. Also only got 10 seconds. Or is it the perfect amount of cooking? No.
No,
okay.
no, it's not.
Just boiled over. Oh my goodness. That had me worried.
I was going to say, did he get him off the time?
No, but he got off the bomb and nearly had a shot.
It looked like he was going to wait for that, though, which actually would have been a kind of a cool and smart move. Like, wait for...
He's doing, like, a creme brulee or something, you know, that really needs the perfect timing. And he just took it out of the oven ever so slightly too early. He's nearly cooked it to
what an analogy.
Actually.
A creme brulee.
Thank you. Yeah.
Also,
I've had one.
You know,
apparently they're hard to cook. So,
really?
Yeah, because they fall in or whatever if you take them out too early. Like
Are you making slightly cakey creme brulees? Mine are quite thick.
You make creme brulee?
Yeah.
All right. I thought it was like there's like a bit of timing.
Well, there's
not
two
like
ways.
cakey, but like there's like the little film on top, and if you take it out too early or too late, that just like sinks.
Well, there's like two ways you can make it. Like that, I've done. Like, my mum loves a little bake, but like you can do like a kind of like a essentially like a baked one, and then the sugar on top. Use a blowtorch to make it hard, right?
Right.
So you can either essentially like you bake it, then let it set, and then do the sugar to harden it. And generally, you like would have it. Well, we would normally have it cold, right? But then it would obviously still be kind of hard, but it would be like a cold dessert. Or there is a way you can make it where it's just you just set it cold, like not frozen, but like refrigerated.
Apparently, it's like if you take it out slightly too early, like underbake it or whatever. So maybe that is if you're not. All the pictures I see here don't have sugar on top when you mention that. So maybe it's like if you do it without the sugar, it's a bit easier to mess up.
Yeah, maybe that's right. I mean, what we did in the past, we just whack it in the oven, and then after a certain amount of time, it was like I don't know, like 30 minutes, whatever it was, something like that off the top of my head. Then you let it set a little bit. Then you put some sugar on top. Normally, like we would use like brown sugar, and then you use a blowtorch. Boom, boom.
Maybe by the time you came along, your mum had already like perfected,
Yeah, to be fair, she's pretty goated at desserts. Like she got that on lock. She has about 18 different recipes for brownies with a variety of ingredients. She's going crazy. Sweet potato brownies, crazy.
Yeah,
good.
I've seen.
Crazy good.
Okay, interesting. I like a good diet option, aren't they?
Yeah.
Either way, we've
when you have
talked
7
over
of
that
them,
round
but
pretty thoroughly. Nemesis demolished them. There wasn't too much exciting going on. So took a moment to just indulge ourselves there, I suppose.
Like
nonetheless, going to be another low buy for Nemesis. Yeah, I'm hungry now, man. So, my bad. I brought up an actual dessert.
Wow. Oh. I don't know if Sypho actually spotted him on the jumpy there. He would have heard it, sure, but normally people like to take a little tap at it, like that, for example. Celta. I've even spotted 2 for that there as well. Flash over. We'll catch Sawalio, who's a little bit further back. They look pretty committed towards this B hit here, but they've been struggling to get out towards B since the early part of this half. Resolt's going to walk into the flames, and down he will go. Chiron trying to dive out, but Texi's here. And Tadai will tuck himself in towards barrels. He's got a water player, Texi, to take first contact, but he wants to fight, and that'll lose him his life. Nade at the feet, and Molly there as well, going to force them forward. This is all but done. The last man runs out of ammo in the Galil. To make matters all the more worse, Nemesis up to 8. They're flying now on this CT side.
Indeed, they are absolutely flying. Thought for a moment, worried for a moment that Nemiga we're going to see them off. Swift 2-0, knock them out of the cup here. Not the case. There is still some fight in the old dog yet. Magic E, a lovely opener from him. They have really, really found their groove. And he was watching for that boost. So maybe, he's caught on the jump down and whatnot a couple of times. Had a very good spawn to look for it there. And he will capitalize. So Nemiga, again, as we spoke about on Nuke, the old 8-4 really could be valuable here. We have talked about many a time and seen many a time how effective that CT side is. Chiron with a really important pick-up there.
Yeah, might get them a bit of life, potentially. We shall see. Minute on the clock. 4 versus 4, but Chiron low, and now Sypho dead. Uh-oh. Just when I felt like there might be potentially a bit of a chance. Ashki. Got the right idea. Smoke on that left-hand side. Potentially draw his attention away. He wants to break it open with the nade, which he does. He goes for the flick shot. That was a bold attempt. Swalio finds it. 30 seconds. And Nemiga, looks like they're now going to commit towards A. They're going to start scaling up, and in comes the util for exactly that.
Selter. Oh, the flash is a bit dodgy there. As Chiron finds himself blinded around that corner, and now they're just distracted away. Too many targets to be dealing with. 9-3 at the turn of the half. Really, really solid stuff coming through from Nemesis as they managed to just pick it back up after a really weak start. And now, the onus on Nemiga, their map pick under threat. We're going to take a break. See you in a few.
Welcome back. Second half about to get underway. And honestly, a really, really good showing coming through. You have to take a lot of credit, Nemesis, who just didn't break that much of a sweat. Like, there was a bit of back and forth at the start of the half. We had 3 rounds from Nemiga in a row where we felt like there might be a bit of a chance. And unfortunately, they squandered it. And then we had a real nice run of 8 rounds in a row to see off the end of the half. So, I don't know about you, Scrib, but I feel like we might be needing to go potentially to a third map here.
Yeah, it does feel that way. I mean, you know, you've talked up the comebacks and whatnot, but that rides on an awful lot, you know. Gonna need some luck to begin with on the Nemiga side of things. But yeah, I think third map makes the most sense to lean towards that as, like, neutral pundits and everything that we are. But we'll find out. This map's certainly capable of it. Flying across, the Julies get distracted. He's managed to find one. It's the USP of Khan. He's done great work, and Chiron was looking to try and catch a straggler. Not going to be the case. Now has to watch his own head. P250 in the conversation. The bomb not any closer towards A, actually. They're dropping it back. So this... Let's get very interesting. Wow, that's an angle. That's crazy. Leah has found, like, the ear of that player. Chiron to see his off. So Nemiga do net the pistol.
Needed. I think without it, they would have been in a lot of trouble. That'll give you a decent amount of breathing room. Oh. Tough time, though, for attack pause. Just as Nemiga find a bit of success. Hot out it will be. Swalio hasn't bought. But then also, there's anybody over towards Team Nemesis. But we did just see Majki bring out the bomb, so at least he's sort of in the server.
Yeah, listen, man. I'm just keeping my mouth shut on this one, you know.
Yeah.
I don't want to tempt fate. It does happen from time to time. I'm a bit of a believer in, you know, superstitions. The old cast a curse does exist ever so slightly. So yeah, Nemiga looking good, looking strong, and I don't know that this pause will necessarily change that going into the following round. Early AKs as well. It can be beneficial. It is maybe something that we like, but also it is, as you expect after losing the pistol, a double-edged sword, right? You really invest a lot. Puts a lot of pressure on, like, the following rifle if you do end up losing it. And very quickly that scoreline could end up being, like, 9-7, 9-8 in the blink of an eye. So you really got to get the plants at least, bring it close at least, and, I mean, ultimately be missing the rounds, of course. Winning the rounds, I should say.
There we go. Tech pause. Over, thankfully. I can get back on the way. Looks like we're going to be seeing a kind of low to no buy from Nemesis. They want to get in towards the guns as soon as possible. Initially, there was a flash bought by Majki, but he opts against it. Slime's got himself a deagle. That's about as far as the investment goes. Again, in this sort of round, you'd love a bomb plant. Anything else, pretty damn unlikely.
Yeah, indeed. Nemiga just holding nice and clean at the moment. Not taking too many risks. Jump peaks are on slightly weird timings here. That's unfortunate that Resol doesn't make it away. He thought he'd given a soft peek, but no, he gave too much of himself. Bomb is ready and raring to go down the connector, but now maybe deciding back towards A. The Deagle taking the first steps towards this A bomb site. Chiron gets caught. Wanted himself another kill, and he will be punished for it. And that's with not all that much information traded. Unfortunately, the bathroom smoke coming in makes life very difficult. Oh, indeed. Khan got to be careful. Does get backed up. Thankfully, they didn't have even like a P250, I think, could have made a difference there. You see, the Glock does actually get a kill. So, couple come through. Lovely little trade up. Make sure they save the M4, or at least as many as they possibly can. And now, the big round on the cards. Can they win this one out?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in a round like that, those few kills that come through could make a bit of a difference later down the line. We'll see. It also turns this bonus buy into essentially more of a full buy, which means a loss here. Nemiga can't really rebuy it towards the next round. If you have 3 with 2k or more, that means reinvesting towards the next round is doable. As you can see, it's only really Swalio and Chiron with any real residual cash on that CT side. So Nemiga want a chance this 2-0. They've got to take round number 15 in their favour. Nemesis fine 10 here. I think they're already on the right steps, and all will take is a couple more hurdles to push this towards Dust 2. Actually, going to flash them in towards this banana peak. Can't shoot on instinct. And he gets close. But he can't deny them getting in towards bathrooms. And now there's a decision to be made. Nemiga, how aggressive do we want to play this? It does look like they do want to take a forward stance here. You can actually see them. Karen having a look around that smoke. There's a deep one that comes through towards long. That's a little bit worrying. I would be rotating a third player up towards the A site with this. And that's what they've got now, in fact.
Can't. Looking for this first kill. Really does want it here. Flash comes round. Oh, Chiron. Huge. Isn't that just lovely? Khan covers off the exit. He does go down, but ultimately kills coming in for this advanced CT hold. Khan, that's quick. Texi is alone, 1 versus 4, 20 seconds, and he does get a kill, but as the smoke comes in, it ain't happening. Nemiga with a taste of perhaps what is to come.
Yeah, this might be a little harder to come by. Texi saving. He'll just about kind of slip the net as he was pushing through mid. You could see Cypher was tempted by the idea of wrapping in towards Fountain, but yeah, it won't be the case. So, good way to find around there, and it's good to see that you're getting both Kyron and Khan very active. They were very prevalent in that first map, and a large portion as to why they were able to take so much control there and win it quite emphatically. And oh, look at us now. Up to a 6th. 7th should come pretty comfortably, especially considering it's outside of that one saved AK. It's what, 2 Tech 9s, a PT-50 and a Glock. 2-round game, that's 1 gun round the difference. And now, Harvey, we can actually really start to fathom the idea of where this recovery comes from. Nemesis needs to be careful.
Yeah,
I think coming in towards the next gun round, I wouldn't mind them calling attack timeout and having a bit of a talk.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Maybe even going into this one if we really wanted to split hairs and you're going to go for the hero AK, right? But trying to keep it instinctive and fast. Not all that deep. Slow roll coming in. Maybe going to go for a boost over on short. Just get that AK up on the railing. Try and find that first head. There is a player over at the barrels, but I think he's watching for this, yeah. It all depends. Have they got some utility to deal with him? Or have they got the timing? He looks away. Return flashes from the CT side. Resalt's found Chiron. That's upstairs with the banana push that he's just been cooking for a while. See how far I can make it. And that's really their only option. 25 seconds left. They've still got to get through. Khan on the site. Oh, not going to happen. But everybody else falling around him. This is awkward. 4 versus 2. Make it 1. A Nemesis with a huge find here. Oh my goodness. That is just so unlikely. They get it done. Chiron's crazy frag is massive.
And that probably turns the tide as well, doesn't it? So Tilted to let it slip away, and Sawalio short. A consolation kill for him. What a round to be taken. Again, it's one of those where it feels like ultimately you have no rights to be winning. And it will completely flip the script. I mean, thankfully, sure, we can buy back in, but Lear's not exactly rich. Chiron's rough, so Sawalio's going to have to drop 1. Somebody has to take a hit here in terms of a low buy. My assumption is that it's going to be Lear. Some of these shots. Huge round to take for Nemesis. And you can see the panic sets in immediately for Nemiga. Timeout taken.
What do they talk about here?
Yeah, they're probably, honestly, kind of still shell-shocked off the back of that as well.
I think so, yeah. It's just such a, you know, stupid round. They'll know it as well. Obviously, it's crazy how it unfolds, and it just goes to show the ceiling that both of these teams have, excuse me, you know, and I think that there is an awful lot that Nemesis are showing here in this second map compared to the first, but they know just keep it together, and they get a bit overwhelmed. They don't respect the A-bomb side of things. Maybe try and play the retake a bit harder, rather than throwing individuals to save a site that was falling. But we'll see now. What's the timeout got in store?
Double flash server. They're popping out, but there's a short player who's also getting there, and Sypho, bad time for him to put his gun away. Needed that desperately. Lear's probably dead to rights here, and he is. Khan, a nice shot from him, looks for a second. He's so lucky to survive. He gets tagged just through the metal there. Same can't be said for Chiron, who is dead to rights, and the last man is a known quantity. Khan, he wants to try and get away with his life intact if he can. He takes a hopeful pop shot. That's Nemesis' 11th. And at this point, I think this is the beginning of the end, mate. I think this map number 3 is going to be required.
Yeah, looking that way, and it does come down, doesn't it, to that lower buy round, really. Just a full gut punch, fully winding their opponents in the best possible way. So miracle stuff needed to even keep the game alive, let alone mount the comeback here. I think, as predicted, slightly odd way for it to show. We did think it was going to be a 3-mapper into this one, and looking more and more likely as this goes on. No saving or no saving anything. Nemesis just looking to get this one over and done with and take it to that big old scrap on Dust 2.
That's it. And who knows what to expect in that Dust 2. I mean, genuinely could be a wild old game. And Nemiga, how far they've fallen. And considering they were on a 5-map win streak coming into this, I thought it would be somewhat plain sailing. Absolutely anything but. It could be good here. Could be a healthy one. And it is. But they're going to dive down. It's a 1-for-1 trade and an AK to be recovered. I speak too soon. Majki's got other ideas.
Sawalio up close on the 5-7. He's back as well. Does miss out himself. Sypho catches one. And they have backed off. Partially. Oh, Sypho, big find. Really keeps his cool. Don't know where the bomb's at. And Texi in a clever spot to stop him getting a gun. Meanwhile, Leah is on the other side of the map. Totally clueless also about where the next player is. 30 seconds now.
Yeah, leaving this very late. I mean, this MP9 alone could be the death of them. I know Sypho's low and Leah's rotating it at a great time. And now he might even step up the pace. They're getting over. If he can get in towards short at a good time, this could still be really dicey. He's trying to just draw attention away. They might plant in front of this man here. They're pulling out the pistols as they're running low on ammo. They will get him. Bomb goes down, sure, but the 2v2 nets. Nemiga a round back on the board, and it's Sypho over quad kill to do it. All right. Not dead just yet. They lost a bit of a rogue round against them earlier, and they'll get one back.
Yeah, massively well fought, I think. I thought after that 5-7 went down, it was over, but Sypho has had a round, bro. The long-range kill, mid-spray down, no easy feat on that MP9. Still remains king of the SMGs, but all the same, really well done for him. And now, it again. heats up. 11-7. Thank God for the bomb plant. Allowing a good clean buy for Nemesis, but it's just a question of if Nemiga can close that gap. It's really, really scary thinking.
Yeah, it's a scary predicament. Nemiga, if you can get 2 rounds on the bounce, which, considering you're on the CT side, it's not a big ask. And doing so puts a real good amount of pressure on towards Team Nemesis. It's a real healthy nade that gets thrown over there. Mashki looking for information, but I think he's too late to spot them dropping out from heaven. Yeah, Celta and Texi were tagged up by that nade from the kind of bin around balloons. Jump on there, throw it over the hedge. It's a beaut. Near max damage.
Still not faltering from the idea of the push.
Okay.
Maybe they should have done. Can't take Maz into his own hands. A bomb site is closed for business, folks. 5 versus 3. Result spotted as well. That bomb is no closer to any sign of the action. It's a CT flash, by the way. Whoopsie daisy. Might have saved his life in a weird way, because I don't know if he would have been expecting Result so very close. Magicy, meanwhile, other side of the map, is able to find a kill of his own. Little do they know, this B bomb site is pretty ripe for the taking. Unfortunately, they'll back off and look to go back towards A.
"25 seconds. Don't have loads of time. And there is bodies towards this A site. This could be a bloodbath here. Khan posted on the angle. Got the sport up close as well, playing anti to make it all the more sweeter. So he'll get flashed. That's where Chiron can then peek. They're taking turns getting flashed here. Result for 1. Swing! Oh my god, Mashki's maybe giving them a chance. They're both 1 HP, but this bomb will go down, and Sypho can't deny this. 1 versus 2 for them. They are both 1 bullet away from death.
I don't believe it, the fact that it's even come down to this, though. So dry, so unlikely for the T side. Sypho does have a kit. That's all he's got. He's got barely any time. He's got to clear so many angles. I think if he was on the bomb site already, you'd give him a good shot at this one, but it's not really planted that well. Taps on! He gets the boat. Does he have enough time? They line up for him. Oh my goodness! He does have enough time. Oh, boys. Oh, boys. He has to fake it there. I mean, I think one of you peeks. The next man goes. On that next tap, he has barely any time. That is the nuance of it. But he capitalizes brilliantly. They line up. They were low, like you said. And that is ridiculous. How that's not like 1 bullet, 2 kills, I don't know. Just missing out on that. But he'll take the 1v2.
Yeah. That is ridiculous. That really is. How in God's name? 11-8. Tac pause taken, the second of them by Nemesis, and well, it makes complete sense. They know this somewhat damning spot that they find themselves in at the moment. The 3-round game. And half buy of a hero AK. Brought to the table here. Mashki's on a bit of a heater in towards this map, so they're going to give him the AK and hope for the best. Well, they're very quickly making their way up. Mashki's been spotted. Might be a temptation to smoke and double swing, but no. Now they're under pressure. On only 1, Swallow needed 2 there for damn sure. Khan holding his tunnel vision in though, so Dime can definitely punish him. But on the angle, Khan with 1 looks for another as well. So Dime hasn't made a move yet. I think he thinks he's being held, but it's just not the case. Khan will eventually react in time, and numbers go back in favor of the CT side. The last man is now just Texi as Magicy gets caught creeping at a monster. And sure, he's got a nice flank, but I don't think it's going to make a difference here.
Oh, maybe. Depends if he gets it on the swivel. Can't seize him. Plays it nicely there as well, just to confirm the round and not lose the AWP. So, good stuff on that particular exchange. 11-9 now. Getting very, very close. Denying those bomb plants like we talked about. So, rough around the edges here for the T side. And they have a technical issue that creeps in. I think a quick dropout from a player, I heard, but seems everyone is in.
Yeah. It seems like it kind of like slightly bugs and makes that noise.
Maybe they asked for like an immediate reset. Not quite sure. I don't know the ins and outs of what happens in the technicals, and I feel like it, you know, changes league on league, really.
Yeah. How
they opt to deal with it. But we are very quickly back into the action. Most important round of the series so far for Nemesis. They're going to need this one. They were given such an olive branch with the low-buy victory. Nemiga not going quietly themselves. Keeping it competitive. Chiron.
4-3.
I mean, it has to be. Even then, I think he might have just seen him on the... Either way, 4x3 doesn't help. And he's the player that's been taking matters into his own hands. Perhaps a bit too much. Another one is Khan. He finds success. And it really was needed. Really was needed, that kill.
Khan's so confident right now. Just time. Gonna move down. Depending on the timing here, Khan could catch him dead to rights. Oh, don't get tunnel vision in. I don't like the pull out of the pistol. I definitely don't like that. Khan just got to either stand still or stay posted with the AWP. That is another overextension. That's two of them in this round. One by Khan, one by Chiron. That have given the numbers advantage to Team Nemesis.
Swalio. Oh, well-timed smoke. The one big thing here is the clock is winding down. And even just a light spam through that gives an idea to Nemiga. Advanced position for Leah. So he starts to quietly confirm that it is going to be this B hit. The utility now rolling over the top. 15 seconds here now. I mean, if it goes well, Swalio's position will be deadly. Leah finds his kill. 9 seconds.
Oh,
You've got
my
to clear
God.
him. Fake out on the bomb. The bomb goes down.
No, that's it.
That's it. That is it. The Molotov as well, just to shore it up. Just live. Oh my goodness. So the swings are so dangerous. Cypher was out of there, but he was pretty low, man. I kind of lost track of where he was. I guess he sprinted out after finding his kill, but that peak from short does worry me slightly. You never know. Goodness me.
So chaotic, though. Genuinely so chaotic.
He was like ABC. He's definitely killable.
100%. Seriously worrying.
Crazy.
Honestly, I don't even know how Nemiga get away with that round because it does feel undeserved with the opening, like, overextensions by Khan and Chiron. But then
check water, bro. You've got to have a little look.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Just one person.
Faked the bot.
You had 3 people there
the guy
as well.
to be there. Yeah.
You had the, you know, easy the capacity to go and check it. Leah did spot him in water there. This does look like they want to head towards that A site. Smoke over towards Dumpster. Khan going to be under a bit of pressure here. And he honestly is making the smart call to play a little bit further back and wait for the riflers to do the heavy lifting. Loose term. On the swing, Chiron and Khan. Both the first 2 players to fall, both core. Guns picked back up as well, but Wrestle caught in bank on the swing. Maybe a second here as well. Saipo has to try and find this fight and he'll lose his life. Majki might have just bailed him out. It's all on Swalio. And he only gets a dink. What a round for Nemiga to take. But it's Khan and Chiron again over fighting. These two, they're confident, sure, but it's costly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it feels maybe because you're winning the rounds that it's like you're contributing to those wins. But I don't think that's necessarily been the case. They don't quite envision how bailed out they have been. Khan, less so. Chiron definitely, though, in this second half. They've not learned their lessons. They've maybe not seen the lessons until now. And we're going to find out it's a pretty terrible buy. Yeah, this is a really difficult setup. I don't know why Khan is so far back there in the bank. Really big oversight from him. Chiron facing. Khan playing super safe despite how effective that AWP has been.
Yeah.
A misstep, to say the least, and as we're sort of noting, Neo and I feel that it was bound to happen at some point.
Yeah. Exactly that. On that point, take us to a third. Carnal taking that molly a little bit. And you're really going to kind of feel for them considering this buy. MP9, FAMAS, Eagle and double 5-7. Nemesis, you've had some struggled moments, but surely this is the map now being confirmed.
Quick flash towards short. Nothing spotted. Careful with the break here. Nade goes in. Spam on the back of it. Interesting idea. Goose comes in and Swalio's maybe looking to... Yep. Last by himself. Okay. Okay. I like this is cooking. A lovely little spot. Problem is, bomb's going A. So,
yeah.
Doesn't really matter. 20 seconds again, though.
Love leaving it late, don't they?
Oh,
They could be the worst enemy. Smoke down. They're going to dive through. That's a great flash. But the MP9 is able to fall back towards bank. Ever so slightly safe for now. But one will be punched in. And, well, Nemiga can't deny that. If anything, if this round wanted to have legs behind it, they had to deny the plant going down. More so now than the retake. I don't back them in the retake with this level of a buy. They still have the firepower. And the flank's taking too long to cook. They still have a kit.
Yeah. This has got to be over, surely. Unless the headshots just come flying in, but they're not. They know they had to barrel on through the smoke. A real flat final round, but I suppose deservedly so. Nemiga banking on the B bomb site did not happen at all. And Nemesis, it's some work, the second half especially, as we again have come to expect of this map, that they will steal their opponent's map pick. So we do get that third map out, slightly different than what we were expecting. We kind of had Nuke as a caveat for Nemesis. It's like, you got to pick that up. The overpass is going to be a hell of a lot tougher, but they have it within them now. They look very, very good there, particularly in that first half.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Well, it is now that map number 3. It's at Dust 2. That's going to be coming up next. Before we get there, we're going to head to a little bit of a break. Catch you soon.
Welcome back in, gamers. We are here for map number 3. Neo and I were expecting it out of this matchup. Definitely wanting it from this matchup as well. Kind of a rivalry starting to develop with these two teams, and it is delivering. They've stolen away each other's map picks here, and now we end up on the D2, which has been played between them recently in that same LAN that we've been talking about just a couple weeks ago, coming up to that. And it did go the way of Nemesis, only just. And they're also in the ascendancy, having won out on the unexpected overpass.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I was just taking a look as well, just before we were getting underway in towards this, to see if either of these two sides are in that Cologne major contention. And actually, Team Nemesis are. It's small, don't get me wrong. They have a 3.4% chance of qualifying, apparently, at the moment. So their chances of making it are very, very slim. However, still cannot count them out just yet, right? You know, if they can make a deep run through this sort of tournament here, win this qualifier, you know, a couple of other lands, there's quite a few of those domestic lands happening in Russia at the moment. If they can get a couple of those under their belts with a few decent online performances too, and they might just squeak their way in, kind of in the same way that we're seeing teams like kind of Big and K27 do at the moment. But for them, they're really vying to stay alive in this tournament first and foremost, rather than using this as their lifeblood for the major itself. But like we mentioned, there's going to be that Dust 2 coming up next, and again, not too sure what to expect because this series really hasn't gone to plan. But this is a map that we're bringing up in the veto process. It feels like a really decent handshake. The last 2 times they've played, you know, one was 12 days ago, the other one was last month. Dust 2 was in the pool both times. First time out in February, it was a 13-7 in favor of Nemiga. Last time they played on that LAN, it was actually a 13-11 in favor of Nemesis. So hard to call. They split the gap 1 apiece on that map in particular. And with it being that handshake, both of them love to play it. It's a very, very strong part of their map pool with very decent win rates as well. It's very, very difficult to call. But I think there might be an argument to be made that ever so slightly, Nemesis might have the advantage, just considering that, well, you know, you're coming off the back of that overpass, and there was a lot of ices there, and they finally feel awake.
Yeah, that is true. I think they do very, very well to just kind of keep themselves together as well. Some very difficult rounds for both sides, to be fair. But I do feel on that Nemesis side, there was a couple turning points that they were maybe able to deny from happening, or bounce back from, depending on which way the sort of previous round went. But yeah, they did very, very well to stay in the conversation and not just kind of capitulate to the crazy comeback for Nemiga on their map pick, which felt like the strong narrative at one point. So yeah, they do really well. They take some good timeouts. They clutch up when it's needed. They prove why they should be in the conversation here and why they should be staying in this second cup of the 51st season. Crazy to think there's been that many seasons. Yeah, all the same, true. Just waiting to get into the D2 here and the culmination of this one.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to kind of seeing how this last 2 gets underway, because I think there's going to be an era of wanting to get a bit of revenge here off the back of how that one sort of fell apart. And you know, obviously, it's fair to say that there's definitely going to be, you know, a little bit of tilt and a little bit of kind of that worry because of allowing it to fall apart in the way that it did. And we want to see what the response looks like for Nemiga. There was, you know, a couple of moments, and we criticized them about it, where it felt like there was over-fighting and over-facing in some ways. And, well, essentially because of that, it's an uncomfortable narrative for us as we head in towards this Dust 2, where I feel like if they don't start strong, I don't know, they could be in a really awkward position. And their mental state actually could potentially get even a little bit worse. The pressure could start to build on the old shoulders. We'll see. I'm just checking now. It looks like server-wise, most of them aren't even in yet. So it might be a little wait until we get this one on the way.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's been a little bit of effort, hasn't it, getting into the games, and I think they try one, it doesn't work, try another, it doesn't quite work, and maybe just having to bounce around until they get into the right server. Either way, kind of keeps us waiting, kind of keeps us a little bit endeared into this one and just sort of excited for how it is going to culminate. A pretty big one to get into things, and ultimately just a difficult one to split these two teams. I don't rightly know which way this is going to go now. Nemiga, for me, have maybe had like the better individual performances, but yeah, Nemesis just able to keep it together, a bit more discipline amongst them, which does seem to be a really big difference maker in this one. We were commenting on that about the Nemiga side, Nemiga A players towards the tail end of Overpass.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Yeah, I feel like, we're maybe as well starting to sort of figure out this side just a tad and understand sort of where they're at and whatnot. Looks like slightly delayed just because we're trying to figure out a couple of the player cams. Players got to keep their cams in place, man. They must use this. Every competition is using them now.
Yeah. I think the thing that I've noticed a little bit is when the map ends, maybe a little bit of like an auto pilot. I think we caught it a bit when we were covering Horgar yesterday.
Yeah.
They like turn off the connection or whatever, like leave the program that's being used to draw their cameras. And I think maybe that's like a bad habit that ends up messing things up, and then you got to set it up again and then make sure it's a legit connection, because obviously we're not using any player cams for the broadcast, so it's all going to be integrity and whatnot, and I think that they kind of just reset things by accident from time to time. Takes the whole setup again, so hopefully as it goes on they'll get used to it, but we'll find out. I suppose it could be a bit of an issue over the next couple of months.
Yeah, we'll see. Just a waiting game before this one, but yeah, I'm keeping eyes on the server, and everyone is in now, so we're just waiting for the almighty ready up before we get underway in towards this one. Now, speaking about this Dusters, we were kind of mentioning both of these two sides like it, and just running through some of the recent results on it. For Nemiga, it's a bit chop and change, right? Not even that long ago, literally just yesterday, in fact, took down Sangal in this tournament, and it was a 13-1 they won, which is a really, really good victory to get under their belt. But then, a couple of days before that, lost a 1-win, 13-6, so that's not what you want to be seeing. And then they get a 13-8 win over Rune Eaters, which feels great, and then a 13-11 loss to Nemesis. So you get this like real back and forth on this map for this side. The flip side as well, for the likes of Nemesis, is a couple of losses for them. K27, which is fair enough in this tournament, in fact, and that was the one that was into overtime. And Eternal Fire, which again sort of feels slightly fair enough. But then a couple of wins. Nemiga, K27 on LAN. Decent wins for them. So for both of these two sides, obviously it's a map that they play a hell of a lot, but it has been very topsy-turvy, a lot of chop and change between the success of it.
It is true. Again, it's one of those maps, isn't it, that I think fits into the map pool nicely. We got the knife round here, get you some action going. See if Saddam can get things clutched up. The answer is no. So it could be big. Nemiga to win out the knife round, and looking to pick the sides. Get a little bit of movement on the screens here, though, Neo, right? Get people ready for the game after a bit of a lengthy one getting into it. It's nice to just see anything at this point. And let us know that it is going to be starting.
No, exactly that. It's nice to have that for us at the very least. The standard warm-up as well. I always have that mentality of winning warm-up, as silly as it is to say. Oh. Looks like they're all but ready to get going in just a second. Now I've concluded and whatnot, and now it is a best of one brawl to see who stays alive in this tournament. I think we are just waiting for the admins to give the all clear to get this show on the road. But yeah, apologies about the wait. Out of our hands, it seems. For a slight camera issue, and then getting the players to say ready, which surprisingly can actually take a minute.
Yeah, apparently so. I don't know. I think there's maybe a little bit of milking going on. I'm not going to lie. You know, for a game like this, there's some rivalries and maybe some bad blood between a couple of the players. So they are, as we like to say in the UK, taking the Michael.
Oh yeah, big time.
Either way, we're into it now. Julies are out, and they are ready to see some action here. In towards the lower tunnels. Dodgy flash. And, of course, 2 sets of Julies to actually contend with. Result doesn't care. Deletes them. Absolutely deletes them. Huge 3-piece in the end from him. Leaving Chiron to do it all. He's known about. He's going to have to go just as crazy, if not crazier. That bomb will not give him the chance. Looking to back off. He's like, where the hell am I being shot from? He doesn't know. Result finishes it off with a huge 4K.
Yeah, what a way to start as well. So, whatever was happening in that warm-up, obviously worked for the better. Result coming out the gates absolutely flying. And I think, you know, it's a really important thing. This is a map in that, you know, a lot of the teams that Result's played on in his past has been, you know, very, very big in terms of part of their map pool, right? And I think, you know, they're hoping that they can get really kind of the best out of him. You look at some of those teams, I'm thinking like Nine Pandas in particular. That was this is one of the maps that they were playing a hell of a lot. Aurora as well, and Fours. Sherry used to love calling on this map back in the day. So, always being one that's part of his individual map pool. This is an easy round. It's low by already being put to rest pretty simply. And left down for just Lear and Khan. No real chance.
There you go, Lear for one. They're after him now, though. And he's not going to get anything else, so... Scene off. There's only a Mac 10 that dropped. And now we're going to find out as Nemiga with the early buy. They left themselves in Overpass. They're going to be able to adjust into this dust too. Or is Nemesis riding on that high, riding that wave all the way to the victory here?
First full buy. What do they got for us? Just the full rifles across the board. Lurk smoke out towards long. Ollie for the corner. Just in case anybody was trying to peer around it. They're going to take short control quite quickly here. Nemesis on this T side are going in towards these rounds. Have actually quite a bit of pace behind them.
Yeah, pretty aggressive. They'll slow things down now, though. Double pump short, pretty popular. And that's exactly what they're going to go for by the looks of things. Only the one player to hold is a worrying prospect. So they do have to be careful here. Trickle smoke's coming in. Just changing it up a bit, though. Again, not the full execute over here. Just the one player having a look. There's a flash over the back of it. So you can see Nemiga are not really ready, not really sure, but still could find efficacy here. Khan does well to find one before going down. It's Walio, maybe. Misses the mark. 3 versus 3 on the retake now.
It's definitely not going to be easy. Ashkiel playing towards ramp as Dime looks for short control, but they're creeping up through CT, all three. He'll tuck in towards Gandalf. This is a really hard setup, and Result, that is a crazy good shot from him. Unwinnable now. Poor old Leah, who is all alone, and his crosshair is nowhere to be seen. In a 3 versus 3, it's Nemesis who walk away with a third round, with 3 staying alive.
Yeah, looking good for it as well. Some trades back and whatnot, but ultimately no real problem for them. Do have the tech pause coming in here.
Again.
Yeah. it's a tough one. It has been a tough series in that sense. And unfortunately, that might be one of the things getting in the way, is the fact that, you know, we've had all these tech issues and whatnot, making a bit of a difference. I'm not sure where they stem from. I mean,
it's cams again.
Maybe it is camera stuff. Yeah.
No, it is.
I don't know what's going on in that sense.
It's confirmed there's the cameras.
Yeah, yeah. Goodness sake. I don't know. Must be connection then. Maybe there's a certain type of connection you've got to hit.
No, I
well,
think had
a bit of
they're not placing them in the right place.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah, well, exactly that. Like, they're not setting their cams up properly.
Yeah, they do it to themselves, I suppose.
Yeah. It's a requirement, guys.
It does also seem been relatively quick fixes more recently. Obviously, we had that longer one on Nuke.
Yeah.
But more recently, it looks like it's just taking a few seconds or whatever. Maybe someone's, yeah, just like got it blue tacked to the wall or something. It keeps falling off the wall. We've seen, since it started coming in, and broadcasts have taken the opportunity to use the player cams a lot more often, we have seen some very interesting setups that, you know, an ESL tournament might not let you get away with, you know what I'm saying? Make sure everyone's got the same kind of layout for the sake of integrity. That's the way I would do it. But it's early days, so it's hard to enforce that kind of thing quite yet. Maybe got another couple of weeks, another couple of tournaments, in my opinion. And then you should hopefully have it sorted if you're a professional player, professional team.
It's a good start for Nemesis. They should be able to build upon it here in round number 4. Triple stack B. So that might have a little look. Pop towards the A side, especially if they move the way up short now. And I realise it's going to put them in a really good position. It's a double in towards long that are waiting for a pop through there, but if they move their way up short now, they've got this side for free. That's already the round. I think with this flash, it's going to be exactly that. Double flash over. Beautiful stuff. Site taken. They realise no one's here. And round will be all but one off the back of that. They don't realise how good they've got it right now. And potentially you might see an exit kill or two from Nemiga. But this is a simple fourth. Nine. Where's the flash? Same can't be said for the P250 bullets, though.
Oh, that is true. Maybe a small opportunity brewing here. And they're the ones getting aggressive, looking for the fights, trying to clear some angles here. Bait and switch. Oh, they're on top of each other, and now the AK appears. They have not really done that to perfection, but wastes a lot of time. No kits, of course, because it's the low buy. They'll know that. Unlikely to be a kit, I suppose, is the better way to look at it, but all the same. A lot of damage done. A lot of damage done. Fourth round, yes, but really setting yourselves up for a quick comeback here if you're not careful.
It's true. Dangerous position. I want to say as well, you can really see the slightly brazen style for Nemesis, where on their executes, that is, as they fly in and just sort of swarm. It's working really well. Another tech pause, though. Shocker. Scams again. Guys. At what point, hear me out, at what point do we start finding them? Like this, it's like once every 3 rounds. Like
someone's got to be like disconnecting, like endlessly.
Yeah.
I get the angle or whatever is obviously the fairest argument, but unless it's like, you know, your desk and mouse and stuff is just really bad and you're like hitting it constantly. I don't know.
Credit to the
Maybe
admins,
we've got
though,
some serious
like,
raging going on.
Yeah, yeah. And I will say, like, credit to our admins for like, keeping on them. That's how it should be. We will have no cheating around here. No one's getting away with it. We will see everything in the monitor. But yeah, guys, just set them up properly. It is actually like every 3 rounds. I think we've actually had more tech timeouts than tac timeouts.
Yep, I think you're right. Because the tac timeouts have been a little low as far as a game like this goes. And this one a little longer as well. Maybe they are being told off. Interesting. Little interesting. We'll try and give you more info if we get it, but at the moment we just have the basic ideas of what's causing it.
Oh, stun though.
There we go. Not awful, just frequent, you know. And maybe this is why we've had a few, across the course of different tournaments we've been doing, where it is, yeah, it's like quick little techs. Maybe, indeed, admins are stopping it for the cameras pretty often.
Good. The camera's on good enough. Make sure. There we go. Calm. Boosted up. Oh, finds the time to open things up. Nemiga. He did a strong stop. Chiron should be dead. Sawalio is going to get 2 for it, though, and get away. Molly down or try and slow them down, but they're swinging into what is most likely their demise, and it is to the hands of Leah. So that'll leave it all on Majki in a 1v4. No chance.
Yeah, found out now. Nice clean find there. Gonna need a few more of those, to say the least. Will go down, and ultimately no sweat off the brow for Nemiga to get their first on the board. Gonna need a few more of those to keep on coming, as things are still out of hand. Still a pretty good T-side thus far from Nemesis, and could get even worse at the drop of a hat. So we'll see what the follow-up now looks like. But you see what happens, right? With how close that previous round came, despite the lower buy from Nemiga, it means the T-side have got barely any money to work with to defend their lead.
Wow. Say, Galil. Sexy and Celta, yeah. Kind of touching on your point and where we are now. Nemiga, a back-to-back round with the previous damage being dealt, and they should be good. Oh, Celta, that is such a risky shoulder peek. And he'll take a tag. Lucky man to stay alive. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe trades with Resol, gives him the Galil, and Celta just becomes a bit more of a human flashbang. Speaking of, they're going to need a flashbang on this corner. Kexi for 2. It's a dime, one of his own as well. Numbers favor Nemesis here as they're scaling in towards the A-side, or trying to, but they're actually lost the foot race. It might not matter anyway. 2 versus 3 now, and Sypho is barely alive.
They didn't take enough. Kind of a wild move here, as Nemesis are unsure of what they want to do, and that could be their downfall. Trade is quick. Bomb scooped up. They know they're against an AWP. But can't. Oh man, gun up, bro. Because Sadime has given you this fight. And he's going to take it on the no-scope down. He knows he's got the tag. 1 versus 1 against the AWP over here. Just got to move quick. Just got to find anything. And Magic Key will deny him. Beautiful in the end, as he is just faster to the mark. And an answer back immediately by Nemesis.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous shot there, but all for naught. They bring it close, but all that matters is Nemesis getting that round over the board and keeping themselves alive. However, it's still that same thing of, yes, it's great that Nemesis get the round, but because of how expensive it is, still in with a uncomfortable buy to be had here. As we kind of see, it's a Mac 10, a couple of Galils once again. But it is part of it so they can prioritize utility.
It's more like a B lean here from Nemesis. Difficult to see how the CTs would deal with this, but we've seen these B hits many a time. On D2 goes sideways. One contact flash. Baiting out some utility. Could be anybody. Smoke goes in. So we stick a pin in this B idea. But still plenty of time to get it going. I'm going to wait for the smoke to go down. Are they going to get bored? It seems like they will go for the former and the safer move. Meanwhile, Nemiga setting up at mid, so completely abandoning the B-bomb site itself.
Good timing on that smoke. They might just commit with their lurk smoke themselves. Surprised Leah isn't really committing in towards B. I know that double stack on the right-hand side for mid is really good, but they're now smoked out. And now forcing to retake B. I'm surprised Leah didn't kind of double back. The second that lurk smoke comes through, it seems like a perfect time for him to dive in towards the site and at least be a bit of first contact. But now you can see them fumbling around, and it already feels like they're posturing with the idea of saving. Unless they get a quick kill in the next 5 to 10 seconds, I don't think they get given a choice. Nemiga maybe ever so slightly their own worst enemy there, and it looks like Team Nemesis will be taking a 6th.
Yeah, weird game state, but I think they'll be happy to net the round nonetheless. And now we're getting into dangerous territory. They will once again net some hefty exits here. Not the first time in asking. And in fact, yeah, the entire team going to go down. Meanwhile, all the CT survive, but they lost the round. That is just a crazy sentence to say. Is it going to matter in the long run? Maybe. Because there's a few players that are not feeling too flush with cash. We'll see this response now. From Nemiga, I think they have to find this because the round's starting to get away from them, you know, regardless of your exits and whatnot.
Yeah, 3rd round in a row, though, where it's for Team Nemesis. It's them coming in towards the round with a lower buy. Are you kidding me? Oh, and Wrestle's going to get 2 for it. That is ridiculous. The first was absolutely superb. Swalio and Leah, nothing they could do. Wrestle will finally fall, but in theory, his job's done.
Bro, they're just on a heater right now. I think Nemesis riding the high of that previous map for sure. Nemiga lost their mojo a little. And all these tech timeouts are not going to help, you know? If we're getting sick and tired of them, if the audience watching at home's getting sick and tired of them, imagine how the players feel, right? All those types of things getting in the way, and it is difference makers. It really is. Nemiga, the mental is a big conversation, kind of the looming, unseen enemy in this particular matchup. Especially this matchup, it feels like.
Oh, they're not going for this one. So you can get out, and finally we get to a round where Team Nemesis survive with a few bodies actually staying alive. They can shore up that T-side economy a little bit, something we've kind of not been able to say over the last few rounds, to be honest. Like we said, most people have been dying, but they've still been winning. Wrestle, that double to open things up, though, absolutely superb. How he wins that first one against the Orb, I do not know. But it might be the difference maker, honestly. That confirms now a lead taken on this T side heading in towards when we get to half, and it continues to get more and more alarming. Nemiga running out of time to make a real start on the CT side. 4 rounds feels like an absolute minimum.
Are we going to get there? To be honest, really going to need a big turnaround, a big resurgence. Which is no mean feat. Takes a lot of effort. Nemiga slacking a bit the effort for them. Early utility comes out. Magic not bothered. Flash for him. Honestly, if he instantly shot, I think he gets that kill. Took a risk, didn't pay off. And maybe that'll be Nemiga's ascendancy here if they can make the advantage work.
He breaks open the smoke. Khan, who is double scope, spots nothing. Decent nade, but a molly will force Khan off the angle. At the same time, Resort is claiming some space in through mid. Could be good here. He's slowly clearing every angle on offer. He's slightly being held from the door. And doing this alone with an AWP is not an easy thing, to be honest. He needs some support, even just something as small as util.
Oh. Chiron in this new style, just... Wow. Trying to stay on a swivel. If Resol had found that kill as well, I was about to leave. Man, nearly cost them massively. 20 seconds left. Not over just yet, but looking more and more likely they can't find that player at back plat. The CT swing, bro. The CT swing, 5-on-4. No info, no flash. Nearly cost Nemiga everything. That moment right there. Leah over-aggressors for almost no reason, and indeed, an AWP shot was fired. It just did not quite land.
Yeah, you're right. Well, now it becomes interesting. Because Nemiga can recover up to 5.5. Still far from out of contention, despite what was a miserable start to this one. Hey, break on the smoke, but nothing found. They're looking like they want to scale here. I mean, this could still be a little bit funky. For only now one player towards the site. I don't love this for Nemiga. Yes, you've got two that are close by with long, but if they really go for a quick pop-up towards A site, especially if they can find Chiron quite sharpishly, this could be dangerous. This could be a good nade, though, and it is. Sadime really damaged.
Yeah, I mean, there is something in this, though. We've not really seen them go for a straight short execute like this. The whole half, it feels. So it's something that could catch their opponents off guard, and it's slowly unfolding that way. They're going to get the bomb down. Lovely little smoke just to isolate those long players, of which there are two. It's all on the CT move here, and they don't feel confident without their support from long to get going. Texi goes deep, loses his life. Magicy now trying to pick up the pieces of that. They're both so very low. Sawalio's the big one that you watch. He's got to find things cleanly. Magicy, though, again, overstepping the mark ever so slightly. Sadime trying to isolate the frag, and he will do just that, but it's a jumping AWP shot to get it done. Thank God for the kit, because there was very little time. And I do feel Nemesis will regret, again, some of those overfaces, some of those chasers.
Which has been a bit of a story throughout this series, right? The regret of overfaces has become something that we brought up a few times, and we definitely brought it up in towards that previous map. But it was on the other side. It was for Nemiga, and this time for Nemesis. They haven't learned from the lesson of their opponents. 7-3. Wow. And the fourth should be a freebie. Realistically, for this side. Ressol's waiting behind that smoky. Dip his head round for a quick second, but realizes that was perilous.
Really in prime position, Nemesis. They were really in prime position. It feels like it is slipping through their fingers now. Still got room for a pretty good... I mean, it feels like it already is a pretty good T-side half here. But it could have been game over in this first half. Now not quite the case. Nemiga again proving why they're still in the conversation, still alive. Taking them some time. The head screwed back on straight. And potentially close this gap as much as they can.
Gonna try to dive towards B, it seems, but both will drop smokes. They're gonna play up close. It's Cypher at range for the first. Oh, now he's in the pressure. But up close, Lear. You've got to do better there. Majki's gonna get a quick double. Uh-oh. Might squeak out a bomb plant out of this. Maybe I speak too soon. Who knows? 15 seconds. And they still got to try and get it down. A dink on towards Khan, but a molly denies the plant briefly. Molly in towards window now, but it misses. And this should cost them. It should be in the operative word, but Majki's going to win it out. A quad kill. How have Nemesis walked away with that round?
Always damn capable, bro. You really have to be careful of the CIS low buys, the CIS deagles. Majki's gone insane though, hasn't he? How does he not go down to that final player at least? Regardless of all the rest. Nemiga timeout coming in, I should think so. Panic stations. Really, really big deal. And we're going to find out. 8-4 versus 9-3. It's a huge difference.
Oh, well. Let's see. You're spot on. It especially, not only in terms of, well, the literal sense of it being that huge difference in terms of rounds, but it's the feeling. Most teams are believing 8-4, and we're kind of that volition that an 8-4 is absolutely, you know, a doable thing, not an issue by any means, but most teams, and also us included, believe that 9-3s are for the most part unrecoverable and are a real show of dominance. And it's a good start for those who are believing in the 9th here for the T side. Chiron dropped and a incredibly questionable nade. I think that was meant to be a right-click nade, but he actually held both of them down, like a middle-click nade, which is why it bounced off rather than airbursting.
Not ideal. Again, maybe showing some of the tension, some of the nerves in places. Igniting. Oh, it doesn't quite deliver. They drop back. They saw it coming. Light flash out towards long and a walk out into 2 M4s. Yeah, not on your life, mate. 4-on-4 now with a very cheeky attempt at shoring things up from Nemesis.
Nice shot. Ollie or force. Can't away from the position, but not going to care too much. It's Cypher up close here. That's the big one. He should confirm this round. Dead to rights, and he will. 8-4 at the half. Okay, a little bit of a sigh of relief for Nemiga, but it's still not a fantastic showing. They need something special in the second half, and we're going to find out if they can do it after the break. Welcome back. It was a pretty one-sided showing, but we're still yet to determine whether an 8-4 half will be enough. Generally speaking, it should be, right? You're put into a position now where recovering this for Nemiga is really, really difficult. But it's an 8-4. If Nemiga can get a pistol to start off this second half, the force buy behind it, that's when you can start to see a pathway back into this. So we were saying there's a big, big difference between a 9-3 feeling and an 8-4. And the fact that Nemiga do get that fourth off the back of a bit of heroics from Khan and Sypho, given a lifeline towards them. But like we said, I think for me, even despite that, they still need this pistol.
Agreed. Texie up close. Takes the first. He's got a lot of backup here as well. That's the bomb swinging. They're going to have to fight this in towards mid now. His lower players could not come any faster. They will take a head, but not quite the kill. And so they're going to scare everyone away. Meanwhile, footsteps being followed. Quite clever from Nemesis over in the tunnels themselves. So A's going to fall. There's no way Resol is going to stand strong for this one. He has to give it up. And they have to look for the retake. Easier said than done at this stage, but I suppose we shall find out. Headshots to level the playing field. Celta misses out. Felt like the best chance they were going to get. Now going to be hard fights as they go swinging in. Later with the recovered Julies has locked it in. Resol, as mentioned, super low. They even just look to save his armor here.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, and he very nearly goes down.
Terrorists win.
Didn't have any armor to save, worth mentioning. He was armorless in that endeavor, that's why he got tagged down solo. But he saves, not that there's really any benefit to the save. He was the util mule. Nemiga start well. We said we needed a pistol out from them. That's what we get. Second round of the half. Should come pretty free. Nothing brought to the table here. I do like in rounds like this, though, to just have one person with a flash. Stick together as a pack. One person flashing when you know where they're at. See if we can make it a bit expensive. But I think what we've got here with this double flashed for Celta, or now to Texie, this could be exactly that. It's just Saddam who's like lurking around to see if he can catch someone off guard. But these flashes got to come soon. Yeah, they were waiting to block the smoke first before throwing the flashes. Second one comes over. It could still be a little bit expensive, but now I think Firepower should see it off. It's really... How is he still alive there? Resol will finally fall. Super scrappy. Maxen sees another. And Saddam, who was that lower lurk. He'll move as well towards shore, but he'll be dead in a second.
Yeah, a little comical there in the interim, but ultimately going to be said and done. There you go. So I'm not going to find anything. So pretty clean. Nemiga looking to close the gap. But it will begin as a very difficult road to recovery. The rifles out as soon as possible. And Nemesis looking to change the story up as we touch on from time to time. Can't really rely on those pistols as being good barometers. Nemiga, they know that. They're going to take a timeout ahead of this one.
I think it's a smart move. I think it is definitely a call to be made. Nemiga know that win this round here, that'll mean tying up the game. She'll break that econ of the CT side once again, and that'll give you a springboard that they've been desperately looking for. I can sort of see it in front of them, that pathway. Really within reach and distance. Pause concluded. Conversation to be had. And I'm sure for the likes of Nemesis too, will really value it themselves. Knowing there's a bit of pressure now building on their shoulders, but the first 2 rounds, you don't take that much stock in. Way around that corner, out quickly as Sypho flies in towards that long fight, and Texi just caught so off guard. Didn't expect them that quickly. Restalt, though, will get one for him, but it's an overextension by Selton that'll cost him.
Yeah, what is going on here? A little mad. Man advantage for Nemiga as the dust settles. Magic Key is a nice idea with the flash, but he's just slightly early on that one. They have put a pin in this. They have put a pause in it. The smoke going down. What are they going to do with that elevator being utilised? Just stack on top of each other. Sadime with 1 and 2. Beautifully above that smoke. Unseen. Unthought of. He might just be the difference maker. Sypho doesn't really want to cross. Maybe Khan is gifted. Maybe. Oh, his patience going to pay off here. Both with knife in hand.
Oh, no.
The trade's there. It's down to the one-on-one all of a sudden. Why so greedy to get up short, guys? Just have the gun up. So much time. It's not like you're going to get there and deny the plant taking this route. That is wild. The AK now looking for the headshot. Not going to get it first time of asking. Magic Key trying to track him down, but also nervous. Doesn't take it too quick. Molly in, but he's backed off to a different spot. Lovely pre-fire comes through, and he will bail them out. That was nearly disastrous.
Yeah, very, very close to falling apart there. And my God, slight skin of the teeth stuff. Big round to take. Back in towards their first gun round, and to recover that round in 2 separate occasions where the numbers go in favour of Nemiga. The opener, and then that follow-up in towards short. Well done, Magic Key. He's had a couple of moments across these last 2 maps where he's bailed them out, and that's a good showing of them. 9-6. Khan going to get boosted for the cross. Can't hit them. 2 have made it over towards B. Flies a little funky. The D-glass to come through for Swalio. Oh, it's a lovely nade on towards Lear as well.
Mid-smoke comes through. Kind of a fake out at the moment. Just trying to draw some utility. Nemiga need to get back on the board. Keep the hopes and dreams alive in this one. And not looking likely. Minute and 5 left on the clock as just looking for a way in, looking for the avenue. Is there a peek? Is there a kill to give them a sign? At the moment, not the case. And it looks like they're going to go for a later long take into a double stack, right? Really, really the perfect position for the side of Nemesis to deal with this. It's just a question if they can. Not often that it's this late for a long take. Oh, it's Magic Key at the blue bin, but he gets 180'd. Texi also down. Magic Key's had a mare. Absolutely had a mare. The A-bomb site clear, and I think it's a save from the rest of the team.
I think you're right. I don't think it's worth giving a look in. They know that this is a round loss, so they're just going to shell up and keep hold of those guns that they've got, the double rifle and Restart on the MP9. And in some worlds, you'd be tempted to see whether Restart could upgrade that MP9, but I don't even think that's worth the risk. Looks like they'll be okay. I don't think they're going to get hunted here. Primarily because Nemiga don't have the leftover funds to be hunting, to be perfectly honest. They could maybe send 1. That's about as good as it gets. And with how things started in the round, I thought there was maybe a bit of a chance here for the CT side, but a big overlook. Good news is, though, with 3 staying alive, generally that does mean 9 towards the next, which is what I expect that we'll be getting. Someone can drop over and make something of it. It might potentially have to be another SMG, MP9, MP7 around this. Let's see, are they going to go for a no-buy? Oh, they are. No investment, despite the 3 save. That is a bit of a rarity. They're playing long-term econ, but it's already 1 dead to rights. MP9. It's the deck. And completely unrecoverable.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Questionable one, too.
I suppose maybe, you know, part of the logic, you got the no-buy saved players. Gives them a bit of an omen to just send it. Ooh, Celta. Let's get one through the smoke. Ahead of this. Wild bomb! Cut off at the back. Oh, he's traded instantly. Thank goodness. I think Leah had an idea that that bomb might be unsafe. And now where does it go, right? They're actually drawn away a little. Celta is weary of a flank, so he's given up his strong position. Still not over, though. AWP recovered. Bomb only just going down. I don't give respect to the fact that the AWP has been picked up here. Got to just hold and swing and play it safe. That's as close as you're going to get. The dink before the aim punch sets in. Texi all alone. Celta can't get anything done. He was the big player in this round. They're going to double swing in and, wow. Deleted, to say the least.
Yeah. 1 round game. Marathon that doesn't seem like it's going to end anytime soon. If anything, though, the way things have been scaling, Nemiga are quite consistently finding gaps to work with. I'd be making the argument that with kind of where we're at the moment, my favourites to kind of be taking the lead there. This Nemesis side looked like I've fallen completely asleep on the CT side, and they just can't figure out a way to slow them down. Only 1 round since the half. There's Nemiga, found 4, and if they can get another on the board here, if round number 18 goes their way, Nemesis are in serious trouble. They've got a pause to work with, and I have a feeling that attack pause would be required. Can't get a molly car. Ashki or smoke as it ticks him, but that also makes him a known quantity. Any nades, we know where they're going. And the second one will see him off as well. Good use of the util.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really big finding, as you said, a very, very important round here. Able to kick it off with that frag with a minute left on the clock is such a big deal. And they will continue to send it up long, something that they've had great variance with. Are they ahead of the smoke? Are they behind it? And this one, they do get a bit cheeky. And Texi gets caught. Assault there for a spam through the smoke to trade one back, but is that going to be enough? Really in the back of your mind here for Nemesis, conversation begins about saving. You don't have a kit. Not quite grouped up good enough. Flash. Oh, in. Celta's like, actually, nah. Let's just save. And indeed, that will be the call in the end.
Yeah. That being said, yet another one on the board. A tied game. Similar thing, though. 3 staying alive. Generally, you can kind of buy around this. If you want, we did see them in the kind of the last time. Now we had this where it was just a bit of util brought up for the 2 dead players who then came in towards the next round. I actually would like to see Nemesis take the risk. Got a couple of rounds where you've been a little bit more passive and standoffish, and look what's netted you. You've lost all of this lead that you spent that first half building up. It is great work, though. You can really see that Nemiga are figuring out what's up. Deck Boss comes through. What a way to break up the momentum. That's a tied 9 apiece. If anything, this sort of works against Nemiga, just because for them, they're really rolling through the punches, but it looks like it might even potentially be tech C, which does make a bit of sense. He did have a couple of tech pauses, tech issues sort of at the start of map number 1.
No, that is true, and you know, we've had like a total server change and whatnot. Yeah, it feels, I don't know. Is view models like not moving? Maybe it doesn't when you have the USB out. Like, there's no idle animation at all, which feels kind of used to just seeing players with knives in tech timeouts, so maybe it, I've never really thought about that or noticed that. Maybe it is only like knives that have idle animations.
Hey, have a guess why we've got to pause.
Cameras.
Ding, ding, ding. Right answer.
Never's losing his mind in real time, guys. Oh, God. It must just be like disconnecting.
It's got to be connection.
The bitrate dropping like to such a level that
it's like unwatchable for the admins to kind of verify anything. Yeah.
Mm.
That's the only thing that makes sense. But then it's like, how do you get your internet so quick, but then the bitrate so bad? Do you know what I mean? Like, your internet's so good for in the server, but then it's so bad for your camera. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Maybe they have kind of, you know, again, taking the mick with the types of cameras that they're using. Thinking that the one... Because when most pros going to need a webcam. But then, I don't know, I feel like it's harder to find a bad webcam these days than...
Exactly.
Ones, you know?
I wonder if it is Texie as well, because he's the only one who hasn't bought. But now,
no, I mean, that could be true, yeah. Maybe his connection is just whack.
Yeah.
All day long.
Ethernet's good, but Wi-Fi is bad. Which, to be fair, I can understand. Until very recently,
so can I.
My Wi-Fi in my room was like a dead spot for the Wi-Fi. But obviously I have an Ethernet up to my room, and I had to kind of install a makeshift kind of booster for exactly that. Because how else am I going to brain rot scroll reels?
Exactly. It's a very important thing. We are back into it, though. Again, they're frequent, but they're not too long. We did have a super long one, which I think just pops into your head that you're like, uh-oh, you know. Every time you see a tech, it's like, oh, am I going to be here for another 10 minutes? But all the same, we are back into the action. Nemesis holding on for dear life in this second half. They're about to lose their lead if everything goes to plan. It's still a hefty few guns in play. Nemiga have to be careful.
At range, from window, wrestle. Nice find for him, 4-1. A pretty big oversight there from Lear. Not even considering that being a possibility. Back turned and costly one. That flash is great. It's a Celta, yet another. Spoke about Nemesis struggling and not offering up much in the second half. Well, finally, we see it here.
Resol. Great angle for him. Got the support as well. Brilliant little setup there to just lock this one in. The charge was the last hope. Not a single kill coming in. Really big deal for Nemesis. They hold on to their lead. I did say you got to watch out. You really got to watch out here. Not going to be the case. There's the Nemiga. Similar to the Overpass, may well have just lost a key round that could end up costing them this series.
I'm actually surprised as well that Nemesis ended up being that first side to crack into double digits, considering how they started in towards this half. Can't lay on that flick across. I'm surprised I don't see more players flick on the nade exploding rather than after it. But I guess they also, as well, at the same time, The worst thing you could do is take a pop shot, and then they react off your pop shot to swing in to find you. It's all the mind games, but as the nade blows up, take a shot, fall away. Texi, off angle. And he gets nothing for it. God, that's gotta hurt. Done a tough map here, and that more or less sums it up.
Finding the lower tunnels. Chiron also going to chime in. So it continues swinging. Oh, wow. Wow. That is unlucky. I think just bouncing a bit too far. Got some team damage in here. In a messy round for Nemesis in particular. Nemiga just throwing caution to the wind. And it has worked out for them quite nicely, actually. So, solid stuff here. Timeout immediately called for the CT side.
And for Nemesis as well. It's kind of that worst possible thing to have, right? You know, you've obviously struggled in the second half, especially with the gun rounds that Nemiga have been throwing at you. You finally get one off. They're quite an extensive tech pause, and it feels like maybe a way back into it. And an immediate response, and it once again puts pressure back on towards that economy. This is where the real concern comes through, is that a loss here for Nemesis in this round. Not only a lead given over towards Nemiga, which, considering they were 8-4 down at the half, is already pretty commendable, but it's going to really put a damper on that econ. Can't. I think Texi, smart move for him not to initially peek. Off the flash they go. Another flash that'll come over. Can't. He's still being given the luxury of this long control, though.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Very different setup. I think it's safe to say from Nemesis here. Not many eyes on mid. So I think I'm going to play that area a bit more reactively. Ready for the A hit. Would be the correct call. Same run of utility as the previous round, really. Orb scared off, but he might go for a repeat thinking about it. Not quite yet. But they re-aggress in towards short, maintaining control of one of the key areas.
Big fight, but a 1-for-1 trade. Orb is here! Miss shot! No way! Miss shot, and it's Magic U4. Cypher will find Result, and in the carnage, numbers kept. For Nemiga, and they'll cross with the bomb. Just about. Garn is lucky to get over. Sawalio, nice find from him, and Texi now stuck in towards Gandalf. He'll get one, but a quick trade back. And that is an 11th for this T side. Like I mentioned, the money's not going to be great. Some players can buy, some barely can. But being that they hit 11, Nemesis might force by this. It looks like they will. Not a lot of teams want to play for overtime. They'd rather play for the win. That's what they're going to go for.
This is crazy, bro. This is really, really wild to see Nemesis capitulating after a really wonderful first half and finding some key rounds, not many of them, but some key rounds in the second. They just could not turn them into just 2 or 3 to make this a really solid scoreline before they consider losing rounds again, as it were. Not that you would consider it, but, you know, it naturally happens. Either way, Nemiga, they are now the ones in prime position to find a big win here. A really big notch for them to take, and able